So if you're standing in the back, some seats are opening up in here. We have a few awards to give out tonight, but did you guys hear about the Scarecrow that got an award? He was outstanding in his field. It was amazing.
As a dad, I applaud that.
Thank you. Thank you. Dad jokes. Are we ready? All right. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go ahead and call this regular City Commission meeting of December 9th to order. Before I ask for an approval of the agenda, I do have a couple of changes that I'd like to offer to the Commission. They are a little bit out of the ordinary, but I've tried to explain. We've got some folks here before where life has happened and they need to get home to children and those kinds of things. So item 10 under the agenda, which is the FMPA, we've heard this item before. And item 11 is a new item. Item 13, development fee waiver for affordable housing. I'd like to move those after the consent agenda. Then we'll move into public hearing and we'll get back into our agenda items. I would also like to point out that item 15, allocation of surplus property tax revenues, that is not time sensitive. You can still choose to go with the fire hydrant project at the first meeting in January. So if we get to that point of the meeting and it's a little late, that is certainly something we can table until the next meeting. So with that, I will ask for an approval of the agenda with the changes. I have a motion from Commissioner Coleman, a second from Commissioner Herschman. Are there any questions on the motion as it has been advertised and tweaked from the dais? Does the public have any questions on the motion on the agenda? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. I'd like to invite Deacon Bill Conrad from Westside Baptist Church to the podium to offer tonight's invocation. If you would please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will follow. Thank you, Deacon Conrad.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice in it and be glad. Will you join me in prayer, please? Heavenly Father, we come before you humbly in adoration as we begin this season where we celebrate the birth of a Savior. We just ask your blessing upon this governing body this evening. Help us to be sensitive to others, to be servant leaders. Help us to have patience and kindness to those around us, and especially respect for one another and for those in the audience, the members of the public that are here in service. And we just ask that you respect others even if they don't hold the same opinion as we do. We thank you for all the good things that you've allowed to come to this city in recent months and years, and we know, Lord, that all good things come from you. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Deacon Conrad. All right, we have an exciting night tonight. We have a lot of positive celebrations here in the city of Newberry, and I'm pleased to be able to begin by recognizing Alachua County High School's football Coach of the Year. And before I ask Coach Johnson to come down, I just want to read a little bit about him and about what this award means. Coach Johnson, he's a Newberry High School graduate, 2001. All good things come out of Pantherland. And he's a football alumni. He's married to Krista Johnson. They have 3 children, and he began his coaching career in 2006. He's going to come back to Newberry as a team assistant coach, junior varsity basketball coach, and varsity basketball coach. I think he's done it all at Newberry High School. He has helped out every program, and every program he's been a part of has benefited from his presence. The Gainesville Quarterback Club is the oldest Gator booster club in the world, the Alachua County Football Coach of the Year Award is decided among all the high school programs in the county. The awards are based on the regular season accomplishments. Nominations are provided to the Gainesville Quarterback Club after the final game of the regular season. And this is the second year they have recognized the efforts of Alachua County's hardworking football coaches. Coach Johnson led a team to a 9-1 regular season record, which was an amazing turnaround from 2018's 1-9 record. So it is with nothing but respect and gratitude for what you've done for our school, for our youth, for our community, that we'd ask you to come up and let us recognize you, Coach Johnson, for everything that you've done. Put you right on the spot.
You did. You did. I just want to thank you guys for having me out tonight. I appreciate it. This is my purpose. It's my life's purpose, to work with kids. I'm a Panther through and through, but I couldn't get this award without my amazing staff and these amazing boys we get a chance to work with every day. So thank you, thank God, and I appreciate it, and many more successful years to come.
We thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go too far, Coach. Don't go too far. As most of you know, I have the honor of teaching at Newberry High School and working with Coach Johnson, a lot of his staff, and a lot of these young people. And I can tell you the change that he has brought to that campus is palpable. You can feel it. You can feel it in their motivation and their will to win, and how hard they fight for them, they play for them. And it's the greatest honor in the world to work with the children of this community. He takes it seriously, and we appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts. And item number 2 is to recognize, of course, the high school football players and your accomplishment and what you did this season. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure Coach would agree, at the end of the day, you can have any coach in the world as you guys on the field deciding that you want it more than the other guy. So we just mentioned the turnaround season that Coach Johnson led. But I want to say that the Newberry High School Panthers, you guys represented yourselves with poise, with passion this year, with sportsmanship. You represented your communities and your family extremely well. We appreciate you. You worked hard. I mean, I see you guys out there every day practicing, the commitment that it takes. We've got some ex-football players up here. It's a life choice. You've got to be dedicated to it. You guys were, and it showed up in your record. So we want to wish you, the 18 seniors, we want to wish you good luck in all of your future endeavors. We know you're going to do well. We know you're going to go off in life and continue to represent Newberry and your family well. And we want to wish all of the returning players, we want you to come back, and we want to repeat next season. So with that, thank you, gentlemen, for what you did for this community. And if you would, come on up. Up here, take a bow. We're going to get a picture of you. You're going to have to fill in like you like each other. Coaches, come on in front of them here, to the side. See, if we had the cheerleaders or the volleyball team, they'd know exactly what to do. Now they just get right in perfect position. Football players got to struggle with it a little bit. You might be a little bit bigger than the cheerleaders too.
And y'all have to stay until we all say we're done.
special treat. We're going to pause for about 2 minutes and let you guys go home and not have to stay for the rest of the meeting. It is a school night. We want you to go home, but thank you.
I have a cold and it's very congratulations. Great season. I have a cold. I'm not. Thank you guys for good work. Good work. Yeah, hey, let me give you. I got a cold. I'm not gonna. Thanks.
No, I tell you, that's what you got. You're a wannabe.
You're very wannabe.
All right. As we give them a second to make their way out, if anybody wants to arrange themselves now that there's a few open seats, you'd be welcome to. Well, the good news for Newberry continues tonight, and it is another honor to be able to recognize Christy Langston, who is the recipient of a Valor Award. And I'd like to invite Chief Buckner to come to the podium before we ask Ms. Langston to come up and tell us a little bit about this Valor Award, what it means, why it's so special, and why this is such an honor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is an award that the Sky 97.3 seeks nominations from the first responder agencies within, I would say, from about Ocala north. Every year, this is the second person that the city of Newberry has been fortunate to have nominated and receive a Valor Award. So it's a fairly prestigious honor. It's for outstanding service and courage above and beyond the call of duty. Everybody has a staff report before the folks that don't in the public. I'll read just real quickly the staff report so everybody has the background. On the afternoon of January 3rd, 2019, firefighter Christy Langston and the Lottsville County Fire Rescue Lieutenant Travis Cheney responded to a serious multi-vehicle accident on I-75. When they arrived, they found a horrific scene with multiple vehicles involved, including 2 semi-tractor trailers with severe damage, and several vehicles on fire. Additionally, patients were strewn over the large scene, with many having been ejected and now lying in the roadway. Rescue Lieutenant Cheney sized up the scene, took command, and ordered several more units to be dispatched. With the roadway being blocked by a fully involved tractor trailer, fire rescue units coming from the north were cut off for the patients needing immediate treatment. Many more fire trucks and ambulances were coming from the south, but those units would be delayed due to the location of the accident and traffic flow. Firefighter Langston and her partner spent the next several minutes triaging and treating patients involved in this mass casualty situation. The scene was chaotic, to say the least. As additional units arrived, Firefighter Langston and her partner prioritized patients for immediate transport to the hospital while large fires and explosions erupted in their immediate area. Once sufficient responders arrived at the scene, Firefighter Langston and Cheney packaged a critical pediatric patient into their unit and transported the patient to the hospital as a trauma alert. Overall that day, 3 passenger vehicles, 2 tractor trailers were involved in the accident with 14 total patients. In the end, there were 7 fatalities, including 5 children. With the severe stresses and emotion of that environment, Firefighter Langston and Rescue Lieutenant Cheney remained calm and effective, helping save the lives of many of the patients involved. So most of you remember that scene on the interstate, received national news. Firefighter Langston and her partner went above and beyond, without a doubt that day. So we're happy to honor her tonight with this Valor Award, just a token of our appreciation for her service to the city and the citizens that we serve. She was recognized in a ceremony in Ocala and received the Valor Award down there along with other first responders from our area. But again, she went above and beyond along with her partner, and very deserving of this honor and this award. And we're happy to present it to her tonight.
Thank you so much, Chief. And Firefighter Links, come on down. Let us recognize you. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We want to get a picture with you now. We got to memorialize the event. Get one with the chief there.
Mr. Mayor, while everyone's making their way back to their seat, I'd like to brag on Christy just a little bit more. You guys will remember maybe 2 years ago, the City Commission took a bold step. They funded a paramedic training program. They wanted to see that Newberry's fire department was self-sufficient with providing advanced life support services. And so you initiated a program to train one firefighter a year, provide them with paramedic training. And we'll reach a certain threshold where we will then begin providing advanced life support services in-house rather than contracting with Alachua County. So when we got that approved, we asked for volunteers. Christy Langston was our first volunteer. She underwent, I think it's a 6 or 9 month training program. 12-month training program. So she's driving to Lake City once or twice a month, every third day, I believe. I mean a week, every third day, to receive that training. And last week, I believe, received notification that she'd passed her exam and she's a certified paramedic now. So, great job, Christy.
You know, it occurs to me, Commission and community, that we have had in the past year or so multiple times where we have been able to recognize heroes in our midst. And so I appreciate the way you represent Newberry, what you do for Newberry. She's not only good in chaotic life-saving situations. Let me tell you, if your back goes out and you're on the floor in your own house, she comes and gets lowly mayors as well off of the floor, and then comes back and checks on them in the emergency room later on to see how they're doing. So you have a heart for what you do. You have a heart for this town. So thank you. We do appreciate you. And the good news continues because we have another family in our community that has reached another milestone. And I would offer to our firefighters the same if you'd like to quietly exit. Now, you don't have to stay till the end of the night as well. You already survived one chaotic night. You don't need to go for another one. But you know that Newberry is an agricultural community. It's in our blood. It's in our history, and it's my honor tonight to recognize a family that has reached a milestone of 100 years. So we're going to ask you to come down in a minute. You don't have to right now. We don't want to put you on the limelight for too long, but I would like to read this proclamation into the record. Agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will, in the end, contribute most to the real wealth, good morals, and happiness, which was a letter from Thomas Jefferson to George Washington. Whereas Hodge Farms, a family-owned business in Newberry that is operated by third and fourth generations of the Hodge family, is celebrating its milestone 100th anniversary. And whereas in 1919, Ease and Alice Hodge embarked on a journey with 80 acres and a mule named Pet. And whereas Ease and Alice grew cotton, corn, cattle, hogs, and 5 children. And whereas in 1945, Everett and Maggie Hodge were married, they worked the land, adding acreage, peanuts, tobacco, and 2 children. And whereas in 1971, David and Gail Hodge were married, adding watermelons, blueberries, and a variety of small grains, they continued growth and looked for new diversities. And whereas in 2003, the Hodges opened the Newberry Cornfield Maze, which has been a Newberry favorite, I can attest to that, for 16 years. Whereas Mark Hodge and Brad Hodge now work a 1,200-acre farm with their parents, each generation has added blood, sweat, and tears, and the love of farming. And whereas the celebration of Hodge Farm's 100th anniversary milestone is a celebration of people, employees, clients, and family, and a celebration of the family's colorful history, which traces and reflects the development of the city of Newberry. Now, therefore, I, Jordan Marlowe, Mayor of the city of Newberry, Florida, do hereby recognize the Hodge family during this milestone celebration and the legacy created by E. and Alice Hodge 100 years ago. Signed this 9th day of December, 2019, and attested to by the Clerk of the City Commission of the city of Newberry, Florida. If you were to come down and let me present this to you.
Well, it's not just us, it's our heritage, our lineage behind us, Ethan Al Hodge, Maggie and Everett Hodge. It's the love of the land that they instilled in all of us, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anytime you have the opportunity to have 4 presentations in one night that are all that positive, you know your community is on the right track. And I appreciate everybody that's working so hard to be such a shining beacon for our city. At this time, we have an opportunity for public announcements. If you're new here to our format, these are the 2-minute, non-controversial, you lost a dog, you got a garage sale you want to advertise. We have an opportunity at the end of the night for a 5-minute comments, which is where you can bring up anything more controversial. And certainly, after every single agenda item or public hearing, there's an opportunity for public comment there as well. But we do like to let anybody that's just trying to get on YouTube and let folks know about something going on to have an opportunity now. Would anybody like to come on down? Don't be shy. Don't forget to introduce yourself, Miss Lisa.
Citizen. I did a couple things I just wanted to mention. One, to remind everybody that the farmers market has switched to Saturday mornings from 9 to 12:30. We had our first one last weekend, and it'll take a little time to get everybody adjusting to that. Sycamore Lane had theirs the same weekend, and theirs was very well attended. They had a flea market out there, so we hope to get some of their vendors and get them to see us the rest of the time. I did also just want to mention that and you may have this later in your own agenda, the 12/6 festivities the other night were wonderful and well attended. We also had the opportunity for Newberry Main Street to announce the iconic art winner. The first place winner went to Larry Wilson for the Newberry Rail. For those of you who have seen the pictures, I'm not positive they are in the window yet, but they will be put in the window for the rest of this month. So if you just walk past the gallery, you should be able to see them on that back wall. The first, second, and third place winners will be there.
Done.
Second place went to Mary Jackson for the Municipal building. And for those who attended, she told some lovely stories about having attended sock hops there in her youth and having her wedding reception there. It was really nice to hear her speak about that. Third place winner went to Charlene Cook, and it was a depiction of a rooster with some watermelon laying around it. That was also a very good picture. Marlon is unable to be here tonight, but he asked me to mention that the Lions Car Show will be this weekend, 9 to 2 at the Countryway Town Square. I'm sorry I don't have any more information than that. If somebody else does, please enlighten that.
There'll be car shows, vendors, food, awards, so come on out, and if you like antique cars, that'll be the place to be at the town center. All right, thank you, Miss Lisa. Any other public announcements? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. To have a motion to approve the consent agenda as it was published. I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, a second from Commissioner Norfleet. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And now we are going to go a little bit out of order, as we explained before we approve the agenda. We're going to move to item 10 and 13, and I'm going to leave it to the clerk to figure out what that does in the actual numerical order later on. But if, Mike, would you introduce Bill and Jacob to us? And
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to bring Bill Conrad up. As you know, Bill's our former mayor, but is our current liaison to Florida Municipal Power Agency, and he's going to share this item with you and introduce the representatives from FMPA.
Thanks, Mike. Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners, staff. You all approved back in May of 19 that Newberry would participate with FMPA in the purchase of 1 megawatt of power, or 1 megawatt, 1/75th of a 75 megawatt power plant. And you authorized me to go back to FMPA and start those wheels rolling. And we did, and it turned out to be very popular amongst the cities in FMPA. 13 cities have agreed to participate for a total of 150 megawatts of power. That in the typical solar fields are 75 megawatts, so that's two 75 megawatt plants that FMPA will build on behalf of Newberry and 12 other cities that agreed to participate in this, the second solar project of FMPA. So the documents you have before you tonight, there are actually two. There's one participation agreement, which is our agreement with FMPA to purchase a portion of our power within a very complicated rate schedule where we purchase all of our power from FMPA. Some of it will now come through three different projects. St. Lucie nuclear power plant gives us a small amount of our power. The All Requirements project, which gives us 98% of our power, and now Solar Project 2, which will give us another very small percent of our power, enough to supply all of our city buildings and street lights and that sort of thing. So we've invited this evening from FMPA our CEO and General Manager, Jacob Williams, and the project manager for Solar Project 2, Susan Schumann. They are both here tonight to help answer any questions you may have about the documents. The task at hand is to authorize your mayor and city manager to sign the participation agreement, and also, it doesn't really say it on there, but to authorize me on your behalf to vote in favor of the change to rate schedule B1, very complicated document that formulates how our rates are developed. And I will, if you approve tonight, I will go back to FMPA Wednesday and Thursday and vote on your behalf to make changes to rate schedule B1. So, you've all had a chance to read the documents. Does anybody have questions they'd like to ask of FMPA?
one of the benefits, and it was a benefit when you were serving as mayor, Mayor Conrad, is that you've always been able to explain these complicated things to us in ways that we can understand it. And so the commission has had a chance to hear you explain it to us before, and they've had a chance to look at the backup material. But if the commission has any further questions about this item, we have all of the top brass here from FMPA to help us understand this. Commissioner
Mayor,
Martin.
Just to interrupt briefly, FMPA has prepared a brief presentation. If the commission would like it, if the commission feels like they've got it under control and don't need it, I'm certain that they would be happy not to share it. But we do have, I think it's a 12 or 15 slide presentation that will provide further detail about what's being discussed tonight or presented tonight.
I think on behalf of the public that's here, why don't you can kind of briefly go through it.
Okay. I'll give the
If
podium
it's
to Jacob.
loaded
or-
up.
Is it Jacob or Susan? Okay, come on.
So thank you. On behalf of FMPA, we're delighted to be here, and Mayor Marlowe and the commission. It's a nice opportunity that we provided all our communities, and you're taking advantage of it. Susan will take you through the material. She's been to all the cities and done all the presentations. She'll do that as well. But again, thanks for being here, and it's a great opportunity for you to decide whether you'd like to participate. So with that, I'll turn it over to Susan Schumann, who heads up the solar project development.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you, Bill.
Mayor, Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share this project with you and for your consideration to participate in the project. I'm going to be brief, but I want to go through and make sure you have all of the information and that you're comfortable with it. We are excited about this project very much, and we're excited about Newberry's potential participation in it. This is phase 2 of a larger Florida municipal solar project. Phase 1 includes 12 FMPA members for 223 megawatts, and phase 2 will include, it says 13, but we've been kind of shuffling around with the approvals. It's 12 members at 149 megawatts, and it will be online in 2023. Phase 2 is going to be located in north central Florida. There will be a facility in Alachua and Putnam County. The final locations haven't been determined and haven't been shared with us yet. There will be interconnection with FPL and Duke, so that gives us some flexibility. This map shows just how widespread the participation among the FMPA membership is. From Havana in the Panhandle through north central here in Newberry all the way down to Homestead and Key West. It's covering a very large part of the state and a lot of smaller communities that might not be able to participate in utility solar without this kind of a project. So we're very happy to be able to provide it. This is a structure of how the project will work. FMPA will sign the PPA with Origis Energy, and once that's the overriding agreement, but then FMPA will also sign a participation agreement with each of the 12 members who are participating. And on the left-hand side of this tree, you see the ARP. The ARP is going to be approving the participation agreements, and as Bill mentioned, the revised Schedule B1. And each of the ARP participants will be a party to that. We went out for bid earlier this year. We received about 20 proposals from about 9 developers. So it was a very competitive process, and we're very pleased with the developer that we ended up with. We interviewed several of them. Origis is globally known and nationally known. And there are a few projects right here in Florida among our sister municipal utilities that Origis has entered into. Reedy Creek and the city of Tallahassee are up here, and both of those entities are planning to enter into additional agreements with Origis. So they come highly recommended, and we do feel very good about the developer we've selected. This is just a little deeper dive into the Reedy Creek project. Our policymakers toured this project in October and got to meet some of the Origis folks and you know, put their hands on some of the panels and things of that nature, so that was kind of cool. So these are the agreements that are required. Again, the PPA will be between the ARP and Origis Energy. Origis is going to own and operate the facility and construct it. It's for a 20-year term, and there will be an option to extend for 2 additional 5-year terms. And that will be the committee that's developed to govern over this project will be the ones who determine. It'll have to be unanimous. I am assuming that Bill will be on that committee, and he will be one of the ones who will vote for any of the business items involved in the project. That's not an FMPA decision. We recommend and advise, but the members themselves will make the decisions. The price ceiling is at $28 a megawatt hour. Pricing is confidential. We aren't allowed to share publicly what the actual pricing is, but it is a very favorable project. The terms are very good. And we are looking at a 2% escalation over the 20-year period. The upfront prices will be much lower, and it's levelized to be under that $28. And the bottom agreement here is what you will be approving tonight, that Newberry will be able to enter into this with the ARP. And it just is the terms and commitment between the ARP and the participating cities. A little bit of a deeper dive into the PPA. Again, a 20-year term, the delivery points. It's one facility in Duke. We've actually narrowed that down, and one in FPL. So again, it gives us a little bit of diversity there. Commercial operation in 2023. There is a production guarantee, and Origis will pay damages if they don't meet that production. Network upgrades shouldn't be required. We don't know yet because we haven't put in our request for transmission service. The cost isn't included in the price. However, if they are required, we will be refunded that through Duke or FPL in our network service. And again, the energy price is the less than 28 bucks a megawatt hour. So the participation agreement that Newberry will be entering into with the ARP, it just defines the entitlement share, what percentage of the energy Newberry receives. The term of the agreement, which once Jacob signs it, that's the beginning of the agreement, and it runs throughout the term, the life of the project. All you're going to be paying for is the energy that you receive. There's no upfront cost, there's no capital cost. Just when you start receiving the energy at the end of 2023, you start paying for it. There's an exit provision for members who want to leave the project. We want to make sure that everybody is protected. If somebody leaves, we don't want other people to be hanging there. We'll do everything we can to get other takers for the project. At these prices and with the favorable terms, we don't expect people will be exiting, but you never know. But we've tried to protect everybody in the contract. And again, the advisory committee will be developed, and they will be making all of the business decisions. So right now, we are in the process of getting our member approvals. You're 12 of 12. We've already received 11 of the approvals, and just by the luck of the draw on the calendar, you guys are the final one. So Thursday, as Bill mentioned, we'll be in front of our board and our ARP executive committee to get the approvals from them once we kind of hash out all of the, like I said, we're finalizing all of the numbers and the percentages, but that's what our board will be approving on Thursday. And once that happens, we'll assemble all of the documents, and Jacob gets to sign all of those agreements between the members and FMPA and Origis and FMPA. So that's the quick summary of our project, and we'll welcome any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. Does the commission have any questions? She answered yours. Okay. Well, I think this was really more for the public's edification. Does the public have any questions that they'd like to ask about this? Okay. Hearing none, Mike, can we put the motion back on the?
I was
board,
also going to
please?
ask.
The next slide should be.
Just keep advancing forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Pursuant, that's staff's recommended action. Pursuant Bill Conrad's comment, I'd like to add an item 4 that whoever makes the motion could consider. It would be authorize the FMPA liaison to vote in support of changes to the ARP rate schedule B1.
Okay. Everybody got that 4th addition? Something about B1,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I can
Vote in support.
repeat it if
Yes.
when we get to that point.
Okay, do I have that motion? I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, a second from Commissioner Coleman. Are there any questions on the dais on the 4-part motion on the floor? Approve the City of Newberry's participation in the solar project, direct the attorney to finalize the participation, and agreement in substantially the same form as presented, authorize the mayor and the manager to execute the solar participation agreement once finalized, and authorize Mr. Conrad on our behalf to vote in favor of its support for B1.
Correct.
Thank you. Any questions on that 4-part motion from the dais? Does the public have any questions on the motion on the floor? Again, another exciting thing, hopefully short order, all of the city buildings, street lights, 100% solar. We're pretty excited about it. Okay. Hearing no questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and I'm still going to call it, and you guys, I know you need to exit, so don't feel like you need to stay here. I'm still going to say it's agenda item 13, just to keep it straight, and again, the clerk will figure out my numbers later. But we'll move on to the development fee waiver for affordable housing project. Affordable housing in this county is extremely important. As most of us know, Alachua County it's a fairly expensive county to live in, so I'm excited to hear what staff has brought before us. And with that, I assume, Brian, you're going to take it away?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Take it away.
Thank you. The City of Newberry has been provided with an opportunity to provide or to participate in an affordable housing program. You all may be familiar with Newberry, M3 Newberry, rather, LLC Development. They're the ones who've done Newberry Corners, and they're doing Oak Park. They contacted us with, or connected us rather, with a development group that does affordable housing. In this instance, they're looking at Newberry as a potential site for a senior affordable housing complex. I'll just go through the presentations of it. But basically, they would be looking at 100 to 120, there we go, 100 to 120 unit, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. It'd be geared for adult living only. Okay. I got it now. I'm in control again. So the name of the group is Banyan Development Group, LLC. Like I said, they're interested in Newberry as a site for one of their projects. They need the city's participation to maximize the number of points that they would get in a competitive application process to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation to develop this community. As we said, 121 two-bedroom units. Approximate value, construction value, somewhere in the 12 to 13, conservatively, $12 to $13 million range. They would be looking to locate in the Newberry Gateway planned development. That's the Wind property up by Hitchcock's, just west of Hitchcock's. And qualifying seniors would have to meet specific low to moderate income requirements to qualify for residency there. And like I mentioned, it is adult only. It's primarily 55 and over in general, as one of the members of the household has to be 55 and over, but there would be no residency for children. It would strictly be an adult community. Again, just to give you a general location and the map there, it could be anywhere really on that the Wind property there. And so what they're asking of the city of Newberry as participation would be a contribution of $37,500, which, as I said, helps maximize the number of points on a competitive application. The staff estimates that it would be, the building permit fees would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $110,000, and therefore staff recommends the cities would be able to contribute the $37,500 out of waived fees for the building permit fees. This way it wouldn't have to come actually out of the general fund directly. It would be an indirect means of funding it, so it wouldn't hurt the bottom line. And another benefit, property remains in private ownership, and so it stays on the tax rolls. And because it is affordable housing, there is a discount in the value placed by the property appraiser. They do get credit for that. And so you wouldn't just necessarily say, well, if you have 12 or 13, $15 million worth of development, it's worth X. Typically, they've estimated that in other communities similar to Newberry, it's about $500 per unit. So if we went by the $500 tax revenues for the city by unit, you'd be looking at about $60,000 a year. And so again, within the first full tax year, the city would recoup its contribution right away. This is an example of one of their, I think it's their most recently completed project in Deland called Banyan Cove. 4 stories, it has elevator inside for the seniors. And so it would be something of a similar vein. Nice looking development. Again, one of the other benefits is it doesn't have any impact on school concurrency. I know that's a concern by the commission, and because it's a senior community, that wouldn't be a problem. And so staff's recommendation to the commission is that they would approve Resolution 2019-45, authorizing the city manager to direct the waiver of the $37,500 in building permit fees for the project. If you approve it, it does not commit the board to it, but it does allow the developer to move forward with the application and include the city's contribution as part of that, again, to provide a more competitive application.
Okay, Brian, and one question before we ask the attorney to read the resolution into the record. All the commission is potentially considering tonight is the fee waiver. The project still goes through planning and zoning,
Absolutely.
site approval, all the normal processes.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. They would go through all the same processes as any other commercial endeavor, but this would just be allowing them to receive a fee waiver in support of the affordable housing project.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, would you read the resolution?
And I should point, the developers are here if you have any further questions of them. They're in the audience.
Let's get something on the floor, and then we'll have a conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 2019-45, a resolution of the City of Newberry, Florida to authorize the waiver of city development fees for a senior assisted living initiative project in the City of Newberry, repealing all resolutions in conflict and providing an effective date.
Okay, do I have a motion in favor of resolution 2019-45?
Motion to approve resolution 2019-45.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hersom. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Coleman. Okay, so Commissioner, have questions for staff, or would you like to bring the applicant up? Commissioner Farnsworth.
The $37,500, is that a fee, when they pay their fees, do they pay a lump sum, or do they pay it as the building gets built?
Mr. Mayor, generally it's a lump sum. Once the construction costs are calculated, the building permit fees are tallied, and then that's provided to obtain the building permit. They would pay that fee up front.
Okay.
Commissioner Coleman.
This is like a assisted living facility, am I correct?
No, Mr. Mayor, it's strictly an income-supported, lower rents for qualifying low to moderate income seniors. It's not assisted living in that they don't provide any kind of medical support or anything like that.
All right, so then I'm going to follow with this next question. But it's not like HUD where this is not taxable? Or is it taxable?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it would remain on the tax rolls, and so it'd be owned by a private entity as a rental unit and a rental facility, and so they would be paying annual taxes.
Okay. Commissioner Hersom.
Brian, if you can ballpark for us, what is the number of low to moderate income housing units that we have in Newberry, and those that are directed for 55 plus?
The need or the actual on the ground?
The actual on the ground, and then maybe if you want to comment on the need.
Mr. Mayor, the actual on the ground we have, to my knowledge, is 0. We do have the one subsidized housing apartment complex, but it's not targeted to 55 and above.
So this would fill a need in the housing portfolio in Newberry?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. They're probably within the senior community, there's every bit as much or more of a need for affordable housing for those that are on a fixed income.
Other questions? Commissioner Martin.
Where has the idea of bringing it to Newberry come for the developers? And if you can't answer them.
As I said, Mr. McDaniels, Dave McDaniels, introduced the developers to us. He had met them in his other business dealings and was basically singing the praises of Newberry as a place to develop. And so they got interested in Newberry based on that and contacted us, and we're kind of gone from there. There is a time crunch. The reason we're bringing it forward so quickly to you is because the application window closes very rapidly within, I think, the next week or two. And so they've got to get the application in right away to be able to qualify.
I guess I was interested more in maybe some marketing data of where the need comes from in Newberry, or just why Newberry.
At this point, Mr. Mayor, they have not provided us with any data, market analysis. I think there's just a general belief that affordable housing, that there is a need for affordable housing, especially in the senior community in Alachua County. And so I believe they may, and that might be a better question for the developers who are here to be able to answer that. I'm sure they've run some preliminary numbers that would be interested.
Well, let's bring them up in a minute, but let's let Commissioner Farnsworth finish his questions with staff first.
If, for whatever reason, the senior affordable housing didn't work out, would they be able to convert it to regular housing, or would it have to, is it going to have to remain?
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to this is a new program for us as well,
Sure.
so I defer to the developers.
Well, let's bring the developers on up. We got 2 questions for you. I think that we all have probably personal data that shows there's a pretty high demand for senior affordable housing, or just affordable housing. I know for senior affordable housing, but Can you speak a little bit to, we love to hear that you heard about Newberry and you just want to work with a friendly government, but we also want to make sure that you know that you're going to be successful if you embark on this. And can you speak to Commissioner Farnsworth's question as well about, what happens if you can't fill it up with seniors? What happens to those units? And welcome.
Well, we did hear praises from Mr. McDaniels about the city of Newberry and the friendly staff and professionalism.
Could you mind introducing yourself?
Excuse me, Alex Kiss, Banyan Development Group, and my partner Scott Zimmerman. We just, we came upon this rather recently, this yearly application cycles for this type of financing that we're going after. We pick a demographic up front and have to stick with it. So senior is one of the demographics, and just family is the other demographic, which would be not age restricted. So we are restricting the units as, it's 80% of the units have to be occupied by one person who is 55 and older, and no children no one under the age of 18 can reside in development. So it's not affecting the schools is essentially the thought process there. And so we would restrict, for a land use restriction agreement would be part of getting the financing. 50 years it would be restricted as elderly, and there'd be no way for us to revert to a family development. You want to speak to the market?
As far as the market, our company has about 13,000 units throughout primarily Florida and the Southeast. We have about 15 senior communities, most of which are in Florida. We have some in the city of Charlotte, Atlanta, several in Florida, Virginia, so we're familiar with it. And currently, the senior communities that we have are all full, 100%. They all stay full. People don't move out. The one that we just recently completed, the picture that you saw, was in Deland, which is a little larger community, but similar. And they fill up just very quickly because they're market rate, they're very nice, they're energy efficient. We don't have any medical services, but we provide lots of resident services and senior services and activities, and so people love them, and they move in and they move out for two reasons generally. One is if they aren't able to take care of themselves anymore, or they pass away. Those are basically, and so the turnover is very low, and they're just great. We love them. So I'm a Gator, familiar with Gainesville, come up on a regular basis, and so we've actually, one of our friends is actually building a market rate community right about 4 miles east of here that we stopped in and saw, and they're talking about all the great things, and we hear all the great things, and we're certainly impressed by the commission meeting today and all the great things. So we appreciate the opportunity to hopefully add something nice to your community also.
Hey, you mentioned some resident services. Would that include a shuttle service into Gainesville where the seniors could then access the bus service?
That's not anticipated at this point in time.
Okay.
It's not something that we would rule out, but we hadn't included that in our financial projections. Mm-hmm. We do have some of the senior communities. We do provide a bus service that's basically a shuttle, and it's generally once, sometimes twice a week, and they go to shopping and medical or other type of appointments. So we do have it. It's not currently something we had in the budget, but doesn't mean we won't do it.
Just a thought. So if the commission approves and you apply and the application doesn't get approved, project at a standstill at that point, or are you excited enough about Newberry to search for ways to keep going absent that?
Well, we would certainly look to reapply the next cycle
Okay.
when there's another opportunity. So each year, there's a couple different programs that we can apply for. So assuming we were able to work with the landowner, or if we felt such that we may just acquire the parcel. So those are our two options.
All right. Does the commission have any other questions for that? Commissioner Martin?
What you just said is, so you're not actually owning the dirt, you're in partnership essentially with the...
No, we have a contract to buy it.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
And
we're finalizing the contract.
Understood.
Okay.
How about, and can you just verbalize the timeframes that you're looking at?
For
Construction,
well, the process, the applications are due this next 2 weeks.
Next week.
Next week,
okay?
yeah. And so I'll let Alex go through the timeframe.
They'll probably issue invitations to start underwriting the financing after they score, and there's an appeals process in the summer of next year. And at that point, we would hit the ground running with plans and specs and get, meet with staff, get development approvals, try to close on the financing by the end of the year, first quarter of the 2021, and break ground. This is sort of what break ground probably 2021 would be if we got financing in this cycle coming up. And then it's a yearly, yearly process. So if we are lucky enough to get it this year, we'll break ground. If not, we're lucky enough to try again the following year. It would just be a year later. But that's probably what we're looking at is somewhere about 18 months out to close.
I'll tell you one quick story if you got 2 seconds. We helped out one of our financial partners. There was a 160-unit senior community that was built in Bartow, Florida, a little bigger community, but and it was built and it was 100% completed, and there was some issues. They never started any leasing or any marketing activities, so they asked us to come in and to help out our financial people that we work with. In 90 days, we filled it up.
Wow.
So there's demand. And people come from, their first places they come is from within the community, and then it starts coming from farther if there's, if needed.
Commissioner Norfleet, did you? What, on this, what kind of estimated rental income and where the sources of income are coming from?
Most of the residents are on fixed income, so they're limited to, the program is 60% of median income. So it does allow us to do some income averaging, so sometimes we could do some 70% residents as long as we have some residents that are 50% or below, so that the average for the whole community is 60%. So, but most of the people are on fixed income.
Is that coming from the state or federal or?
The majority of the residents are on Social Security.
But
or they have families that are supporting them, or.
So they're paying for every bit of it?
Oh, yeah, there's no ongoing, rent subsidy. The subsidy is done in the form of reducing the
Rent.
Not the rent, but the loan amount. So our loan is very small, and that allows us to charge a lower rent for the residents. So the one-bedroom rent, I think we projected is $700 plus or minus a month.
800 for a one, yeah, 700, high 700s for a one bedroom, and 900s for a 2-bedroom is the rent.
And then there's some lower income units that are in there with that.
10% of them will be a little bit lower.
Commissioner Martin?
Do you have on-site resident manager, or how does
Yes, typically we're set up for a community this size. We would have one full-time manager and one full-time maintenance supervisor, and possibly a part-time person, depending upon the need.
Who takes care of the grounds and all that stuff?
Typically, we
You hire
contract with a third-party landscape vendor. We have 14,000 apartments across the southeast, so we've got.
You don't mow the lawn yourself?
I'd love to, but.
Are there any other questions from the dais? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Let's hear from the public comment on the city of Newberry potentially, and if you fellows would just sit down for a second and let the public come up. The resolution or the recommended action is to approve resolution 2019-45, authorizing the waiver of 37.5 in development fees.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I represent the seller. We're very excited about this particular project and feel that it would fulfill a great need that we have in the city of Newberry. Of course, a lot of us are getting to that point that actually we're over 55 and getting a little bit older, and we're thinking about those opportunities of where we might live. I just also wanted to ask if there might need to be a correction to the resolution. It's not an assisted living facility. It's affordable senior housing. And I just wanted to make sure that's the way it read. Thank you.
So the motion,
The motion tonight is about the waiving the fees. Do we need to change the language from, I took it as a financial assistance or financial subsidy.
Senior Assisted Living Initiative Project.
It's not assisted living, it's senior affordable.
Okay, so will the maker of the motion change your motion to approve Resolution 2019-45 with the change of assisted to affordable?
Yeah, I approve it, that
Okay.
change to the motion.
And the seconder will second it with that change as well. Thank you. We appreciate it. Any other public comment? Come on down, sir.
Rocky McKinley. Being a pastor in the community over the past couple of years, we've had a few couples from our church that are senior adults that have relocated from our community into Gainesville to similar facilities. And so I see that need, and just this past week I was visiting with one of those couples in Gainesville, and I don't have a dog in this fight. This is the first I've heard of this, but it's kind of that catch-22 that we find ourselves in with hotels in Newberry. While I was visiting this couple in Gainesville, their son from Texas flew in and was staying at one of the local hotels. So I could see this as being one of those advancements for us and possibly finding a hotel chain that may want to eventually build. I know it's going to take multiple things for us to get there, but you will have families that will be coming in visiting also. So I just thought maybe the commission would think about that also.
Thank you, sir. Other public comment? I will say that in the 8 years that I've been on this dais, probably the most frequent request that I have heard is help with senior citizens, help with affordable housing. This body is of the opinion, and I agree, that it's not necessarily in the purview of government to get too deep into that water. But something like this, I think, is a perfect meld of those principles and that need. Any other public comment? Does the commission have any other public comment or questions? Are you ready to call a vote? We have a motion properly seconded. Commissioner Herson, was that vote? Yes. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward. We wish you luck on the application. We hope it works out. And when you're ready to do the second facility, come on back to us. Okay, that's going to get us back on track, and we will enter into our first public hearing and ordinance. Now, the first public hearing and ordinance is going to be a quasi-judicial procedure, which is a fairly strict procedure. So don't worry. Go ahead and head on out. I'm going to read the procedure into the record that we will follow. I know that we have a lot of folks here who are here to speak to different issues tonight. But once we enter into a quasi-judicial, this board is acting in a judicial manner, and they have to adhere to certain rules. So I would appreciate and ask that everyone adhere to the rules and procedures that I'm about to outline right now. So I'm going to begin by asking the city attorney to read into the record the resolution. And if you're ready to do that, Mr. Attorney, I jumped the gun on you a little bit tonight, so I'm trying to make this flow a little more smoothly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 2019-37, which is application STUP 2019-03, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, considering an application for a special temporary use permit as authorized under Section 14.10 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing approval for a special permit for temporary use on 216 acres within an agricultural A zoning district as provided in Section 4.4 on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, on tax parcel numbers 02515-004-000, 02515-004-001, and 02515-004-002, repealing resolutions in conflict and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Now I'm going to explain the rules concerning testimony, which is summed up in the following quote. All public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts, and closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of record. Now I'm going to ask that if you are here tonight to speak to this resolution, even if you don't plan on actually speaking, at some point you may change your mind. I'm going to ask if you would please all rise right now so we can swear you collectively in, and we'll ask the attorney if he would please swear the audience in.
Absolutely. Can you all raise your right hands? Do you all solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're all duly sworn.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask for any ex parte communication on behalf of the commission. If there's anything that you feel like you need to disclose, any conversations that you've had that may affect your ability to judge this as an impartial, in an impartial manner, please let us know now so we can have a conversation. Commissioner Coleman?
None.
Commissioner Hersom?
None.
Commissioner Farnsworth? Commissioner Martin? Commissioner Norfleet? And I am the liaison on the P&Z, so I have heard this application twice already, but I am a non-voting member. Now, the way this will work tonight is that we will have our staff overview that will lay out what this issue is about. Then the applicant will have a chance with no time limit to make his presentation. Then the staff will have a chance to make their presentation and their recommendation. I have not been contacted by any party wishing to claim third-party status, third-party intervener status, so that will move us to public comment. Every individual will have 3 minutes to make any comment that he or she wishes on anything that the applicant or the staff has presented. And then the applicant will be given the opportunity to cross-examine. And then the staff will be given the opportunity to cross-examine. At that point, we'll open up the floor to the members of the decision-making body who can ask questions of the applicant or the staff or any of the participants in the audience. Finally, we will hear final arguments from both the applicant and staff. We will conclude with the city attorney giving us advice on what the applicable law is. We'll close the quasi-judicial and we'll enter into deliberations. Okay? After the deliberations, obviously, we will have a vote. So that's the procedure we're going to adhere to tonight. And with that, Mr. Thomas, will you please give us the overview of what is the decision tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, we started with the approved resolution 2019-37, which is staff's recommendation. The resolution you have before you is an application for a special temporary use permit. This is a one-time permit. It would allow for the conduct outdoor concerts on 2 nights on a single weekend, one time. It's on 3 contiguous parcels, and it's located on the far western side of the city of Newberry and Alachua County. It's approximately 216 acres, and it basically the site includes an old phosphate mining pit, which is where the opportunity for this venue has come from. Give you a little bit of an idea of the location. Directly across the street, across Newberry Road, I should say, is Southern Fuelwood, to give you some perspective as to where it's at. Aerial view in the center, where all the trees are in sort of a ring. A ring. Down at the bottom of that pit is where the music venue would be held. And so that's the general overview. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant to provide their presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just go to the right and we, Good evening, gentlemen. My name's Greg Hembry. I'm the agent for the owner, Pat Post. I'm also a partner in End of the Road Events, and I'm here to give you a presentation on what we would love for you to approve tonight. These 3 parcels actually form a very interesting little opportunity to put a music venue down in this turn-of-the-century phosphate mine. Actually, it was last mined right around 1900. Mr. Norfleet will probably have more information on that than me, as his family's been around here watching that. But anyway, the opportunity comes in from 120 years of unimpeded oak tree growth around this mining site. Right in the clearing that's in the center there that you see is approximately 35 feet below the elevation of the surrounding area. There's oak trees that are growing down in the bottom, on the sides, and on the top of the rim of the mine. On the north and south side of it, there's an additional drop-off that goes down approximately 65 feet that will come in very handy if we're successful in getting future use permit. If I can, I will go over a couple other things here before we jump into the site part of this. I'm also a professional developer. I've been developing for 40 years. My father was a developer before me here in Alachua County and many parts of the state of Florida, Texas, Georgia. We've been in it for a very long time. My job in this project, just as all the other projects that I do, is to assemble a team that can competently put together a successful venue and bring this to fruition and have a happy ending to it. I'm well into that process for this development site right here. If I can, I'd like to go over a couple of things here before we get into the actual what the venue site looks like. I'd like to give you some information on the team that I've assembled so far. First of all, I have a gentleman named David Crump in the production. David has been in the producing and entertainment business for 31 years. To his credit, he's had over 1,000 events and 30,000 hours of programming. He's an expert in live entertainment, broadcast, and live concerts. To name a few of his projects, he was with ESPN for the X Games and the Winter X Games, which brought him 2 Emmys. Afterwards, he was involved in the Sydney Olympics, which got him another Emmy. In addition to that, he is the producer for the St. Pete Grand Prix in Pinellas County, which is a Formula One racing event that goes on once a year there. Secondly, Brian Fitzpatrick, he's another production professional that we have on staff. He's primarily a sound guy, but you know, one thing you need to understand about people that are in this line of business, they cross over into other areas quite a bit and are able to feed in on the decision-making process that others have throughout the whole thing. Anyway, Brian Fitzpatrick started his professional career in 1991 in one of Florida's legendary blues and jazz clubs. Brian's built a reputation nationally and internationally as a respected go-to for production coordination and technical services. Over the past 28 years, he's built and developed relationships with industry-leading companies throughout the USA and Europe. Brian's experience and relationships have led to create some of the most exciting and diverse productions in the country. From large-scale corporate events such as Nokia World at the O2 Center in London to the Riverwalk Blues Festival in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and high-profile weddings like Michael Jordan, which really impressed me. I got to tell you, if you work for Michael Jordan, you got something going on. In addition to that, he's a trusted sound engineer for Mar-a-Lago and the Everglades Club in Palm Beach. Thirdly, and this is a pretty important one, I know there's been a lot of questions about me and my partner, Pat Post, we've never done a concert. We've never been involved in producing a concert anywhere close to this scale. So we're relying on our professionals that we're bringing in to make this dream come to a fruition. The third member of our team, his name is Ian Goldberg. He's with Jay Goldberg Events and Entertainment. He's the son of Jay Goldberg, who has been for many years producing concerts and festivals throughout the United States. They've brought along many of the acts that you see today that are headliners like Zach Brown. Started out with them. They actually have a program, a format in place that provides an invitation to small towns to analyze the possibility of hosting music festivals. When Ian brought this to my attention, I was like, well, here you are, buddy. You're in Newberry, and this is a perfect small town environment for you. Him and his father both have been to Newberry. They've been to the site. They've toured the whole place. In fact, it was everything I could do to get Ian to leave. He was very excited about it, and his comment was, this is a no-brainer. Location coupled with unique venue, very exciting opportunity. Not only do you have to have the production and the marketing people, back office people and everything else on the front side of the deal, but you got to have a local government team that backs you up with life safety and security, traffic problems, and everything else that come with events of this nature. The team that we have right now in place is pretty impressive. Chief Buckner, right here in Newberry, met with me the first time I discussed this endeavor with planning and zoning, and came forward with all the contacts I need in Alachua County EMS, Alachua County Sheriff's Department. Subsequently, Chief Buckner has fed in on everything that we've asked of him, and he's asked a lot of us, and we're working hand in hand to make this thing a successful event. In addition to Chief Buckner, we have Lieutenant Ed Bennett and Lieutenant Jason Levy of Alachua County Sheriff's Office. Their team handles security and traffic for the venue. These guys are with the Alachua County Sheriff's Department, as I mentioned, and they are well trained in this area. They handle the Gator Nationals every year, which brings in a crowd of about 120,000 people. It has an entrance on one two-lane road, similar to what we're dealing with here. I've met with them and also Lieutenant David Tuck of the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, and we cruised the site, showed them the plan of action that we have in place now, and they said that's a great start. They loved it. They're willing to help us modify it, implement our emergency evacuation plans, help us train our staff that will be on site, the boots on the ground, if you will, when we get this thing going here. We're lucky enough to get you guys to vote for us. And it was a very warming experience to have two guys that live here in Newberry or close to it, willing to step out and help us out with this whole program. In addition to that, you have the DOT. The DOT was actually the first place that I went, because I was very concerned about the volume of traffic that we would have going into this. I explained to the DOT what we're looking at here as far as a potential crowd, how many cars we're looking at, and we discussed traffic count on Newberry Road, speed limits, access, and everything else. I showed them this plan that you see right here and explained to them how I perceived having traffic handled through Alachua County Sheriff's Department deputies strategically placed, and they were at first thought I was crazy, I think, but after I got through, we went through this thing a couple of times, they started seeing the dream, and agreed that positioning deputies at all three of our entrances, if you start in the upper right-hand corner here, which we're calling egress number 1. Egress number 2 is right across from Norfleet Farms and Southern Fuelwood. Number 3 is on County Line Road, about a little over a quarter of a mile from the Newberry Road and the County Line Road intersection. Just make sure. This is where you're going. That's number 1. That's number 2. That's number 3. There's actually a number 4 that's down in the lower right-hand corner that will be for emergency use only. It's existing. So the plan works like this. Egress number 1 is a primary entrance because most of the traffic coming to this venue is going to be westbound. DOT agreed to give us a temporary permit to install an entrance here with a couple of caveats to that permit. Number one, we have to have a traffic engineer on site to watch how the traffic flows and be able to consult with us in coming up with a permanent plan. We're fortunate enough to get there. We're certainly going to try. And they also wanted us to be sure that we had proper support from Alachua County Sheriff's Department, which we're very fortunate having them willing to participate. In our plan, we'll have deputies at the intersection right out here on 4126. We'll have deputies at egress number 1. We'll have deputies at the entrance across from Norfleet Farms, which is primarily an emergency entrance only. We'll have deputies at the intersection of County Line Road and Newberry. We'll have deputies at egress number 3 on County Line Road, all feeding traffic into the venue. Our plan has the ability for traffic to circumnavigate the entire site. We have plenty of room for emergency vehicles to circumnavigate the entire site. And we have ample parking. We originally inflated all of our numbers for occupancy in this thing so that we were sure we could cover whatever we come up when we start peeling back the onion, if you will, in this place. Because I'm telling you, it doesn't look like that picture anymore down there, and it's grown substantially. In that process, we arrived at an occupancy load of approximately 29,000 people, maybe just a little bit more than that. Chief Buckner was good enough to arrive at that. He's the one that does that. Fire chief always tells you what you have for an occupancy load. So with that in mind, we have approximately 14,000 parking spaces that you see on this plan. We have plenty of room to go for overflow parking. The site itself is 216 acres. We have designated RV parking all along the southern border, up the right-hand side. Along the emergency entrance road, we have other RV parking sites. Everything else will be general public, VIP, and VIP parking. We also have designated handicap parking per code. In addition to that, we have egress coming down into the pit that's more than ample. The grades are all well within tolerance. You can easily drive in, walk out. 18-wheelers will have no problem having access down into this to set up the stage, which will be a rental unit the first time. Maybe after that, if we're lucky enough to have another concert, we'll rent another one. We're not sure yet how that will all open up. Chief Buckner has requested several things of us in order to have good life safety measures on hand. We've designated 2 areas for 10,000-gallon water tanks so that the pumpers have adequate supply of water to fight any fires that may come into the pitcher. We aren't allowing any cooking down in the pit. It's a closed-in area, approximately 35 feet down. We have concerns about gas, carbon monoxide, no running engines down in the pit. The generator that'll run this venue and supply the power necessary to run the stage and everything will be up on the top to the southern edge there. There's an area demarcated for that. So at that, I'm going to move on to one other individual that's pretty important in this, and that's EMS Chief David Torcell with the Alachua County Fire Department. He is the one that's coming up with our medical plan, and has been real responsive for us and everything. He came from Chief Buckner as well. Next, I want to talk about our back office support, which comes from RISE strategic group. Many questions have come to us about the beverages, where we intend to serve alcoholic beverages here. We'd like to have beer and wine. So you got to have a good control over who gets served what, needless to say. Another aspect that the back office brings into play here is that ticketing and parking passes being paid are paramount to being able to get cars off of 26. We don't want any cars stopping to pay for parking or buy tickets coming into the venue. We want a consistent flow into the parking spaces. The RISE strategic group bring us that opportunity to complete that cycle. A member of the RISE strategic group's name is Anthony Leachman. Anthony was just in Newberry and was available to speak at the planning and zoning meeting. He didn't have the opportunity or the need to testify at that meeting. But Anthony's brings a very unique perspective for us in our being able to consult with us on bringing this to fruition. We do have a great line of professionals up front that are more than adequately versed and competent in bringing this thing to fruition. But Anthony he formerly ran the Kentucky State Fair for about 8 years, which is a huge venue. And has been very active in this as his core and one of his biggest things that he's done in the entertainment business. He's also doing our back office stuff and insurance, which is really good. But he brings another perspective in on as far as being able to consult with us and make this thing a venue that will bring a very, very promising effect to Newberry. Moving on from there, I want to show you the two main concerns that we've had from people that have voiced concerns about the project: noise and traffic. I think that I've addressed the traffic issue about as well as I can. Without having the actual 100% finished plan from the Sheriff's Department. The other is the sound issue. I was reading last night on Facebook about a lot of the Gilchrist County residents that were posting different things about sitting on the front porch listening to a concert and keeping the kids up, dogs howling, and maybe even a cow or two will lose a little sleep. You never know. But I hate to break the bad news to you, but it's not going to happen with this venue. What you see right here is a sound map that was generated by JBL International, which is the leading concert sound production company in the world, actually. They have generated this based on information that we've given them that designates what our ground floor in the mine looks like. That's that hot red area that you see right there in the center of this map. That is a state-of-the-art sound system that we will be using. It has a delayed response system that's built into it. That's why you have two bright yellow areas in it. First, the sound's transmitted from the stage. Then the sound's transmitted from a subsequent set of speakers nanoseconds later, right in the back. What this does is provides concert quality sound at a very low volume. What I'd like to do is read an email from my head sound guy, Brian Fitzpatrick, who describes what you're seeing here on this map. The sound design map you will find the outline. I'm going to read this verbatim. There's a couple little things in here that don't seem quite correct to me, but I'm sure you'll get the gist of it. You will find the outline form and aerial view of how far sound will travel and at what decibel levels you will encounter at a given distance. The second pick, you will find sound level scale that will give you an idea of how loud it will be in the surrounding areas of the given space. That's that small scale that's right over on the right-hand side of the other picture that's in there. The sound design map shows a sound system operating at maximum volume, which would be painful if encountered. That means that this designation right here is at maximum volume for this design system, which you could not sit in that pit and listen to. It would be painful to your ears. Even though it is at maximum possible sound decibel levels, you can see by the color scale that the perimeter of the property will still be well within ordinance. At 2,000 feet in front of the stage, you will encounter 81 to 85 decibels at A weight. A weight meaning constant average decibel level reading. If you reference the scale page to the right, you will see 81 to 85 is about the same level as your average vacuum cleaner at the property line. Remember, the sound map does not include all of the trees and other land anomalies that you have surrounding the entertainment area. That means that this sound map was generated based on a flat level venue, not down in a pit, not surrounded by trees. Remember, we are looking at a maximum decibel level with no anomalies. With all the trees and surrounding rolling hills, I believe this level will be at least 5 to 10 decibels lower than what we are seeing in the example. Now,
Mr.
this
Henry,
map,
can
excuse me.
I kind of just interrupt because you're getting into some technicalities. I just want to make sure that I'm following you
Sure.
and the audience is following you.
Okay.
You're saying that at maximum volume would be 80 to 85, I think is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Not counting the trees, and you
Right.
wouldn't be at maximum volume.
Not
because
even close to it.
Maximum volume would be painful.
Right.
for-
Not even close to
So,
it.
and then your expert is saying that with the trees, that could have 5 to 10 decibels. Did I hear that right?
Right.
But we're talking about at maximum, the speakers turned all the way up.
Right.
That's what we're talking about hypothetically.
That's what this is based
Okay,
on.
I just wanted to make sure I was
Right.
following the argument.
Thank you, Mayor, for clarifying that, helping me clarify that. One thing I'd like to point out on this, if you look at the color code on the right at the scale, you'll notice that when they did this map, what they did is they brought this out to the level that pretty much meets code for Newberry. They didn't go out beyond that. They did it solely in the area. So you got 2,000 feet to the front. Well, here, let me finish reading this. The hot spot in the middle of the aerial view is the 400 by 600 audience space in the pit. Sound system operating at maximum sound decibel level, which is painful. Using the scale, you can get an idea of decibel levels 1,000 feet behind the stage. That's the end of the map. 2,000 feet in front of the stage. That's the front, which just about goes up to Southern Fuelwood's berm. And 750 feet from left and 750 feet to the right of the stage. If I'm not mistaken, Brian writes, the total area is larger than this plot. Obviously it is. You can see that on the map. This is the largest area that the program will allow for sound design. I hope this helps with understanding the sound design map. Using the scale and the map together gives you a really good idea of what's happening during the event. I don't think there's a lot you can do more than what we've done right here to help alleviate the sound nuisance concerns. You know, with taking this into consideration, you know, I want to bring this point up right now too. We're here asking for a one-time special use permit so that we can demonstrate what the potential is for this venue. This venue that we're trying to bring online here is not just a concert venue like St. Augustine or the down in Crystal River or something like that. We've paraded professionals from all over the place through here in the sound business, and to a person they tell me that this thing has the ability to be the #1 outdoor venue in the United States. That's not a small task. That is our goal. That's what we're aiming to do for Newberry right there, is to make this the #1 outside venue in the country. We intend to put everything we can into this first concert to address all the concerns that the community has. We also want to, at the same time, have our professionals consult with you and bring in the economic impact that you should be seeing from this venue if we're successful in getting this thing going forward. And I'm going to tell you something. I've reviewed this. I'm a developer by trade. Money is my game, because if I mess up and have to go in for some very painful things called cash calls and other things like that. Not a fun thing to do. But this has the potential to be the biggest economic impact I've ever had on a community, and I've ever seen anybody else have. It truly is an honor to be able to bring this to you and let you guys have the opportunity to vote this in, hopefully, and give us the opportunity to show you what we can do here. Economic impact. I know growth is a touchy subject in rural areas because I too have a small town history. My small town history starts right here in Newberry. In the early 70s, Jolly Green used to come pick me up along with the Fletchers, the same ones that own Fletcher Farm Equipment right around the corner, and bring us right out here to these watermelon fields. And we loaded watermelons during the summer with Scott Pritchett, who I'm sure most of y'all know, and Jolly driving the tractor and everything else. And I want to tell you something.
That's why you became a developer.
Yeah, I was going to say. you know good and well. You know, it's really to me it's really amusing these days. When I walked out there in that watermelon field right across the street from my brother's house on 202nd, I looked and I said, shoot, these ain't watermelons. They look like big cantaloupes, because we had Jubilees back then, and they were 35, 40 pounds. You know, they weren't these little 15-pound numbers y'all got nowadays. But we all know that work, we either made you or broke you right there on the spot, and that's all there was to it. I want to tell you something. To this day, I still see A.M. Green come pull in the field in his pickup truck, make a slow lap around and come up to us. We're all dog tired out in that field going, he's coming to get us to take us home. And he'd go back there and let that tailgate down, drag out a couple of gallons of chocolate milk and a box of moon pies and say, come on over here, boys, and get you a snack. We're going to Dart. You know, and I tell you, that's a small town experience for you right there, my friend. Okay, well, I digress there, and I love telling that story, but I tell you, yeah. So,
I don't want to hear the end of that story. Chocolate milk and moon pies out there all day in the sun.
Well, I tell you what, these days it doesn't look so entertaining, but back then I was very happy to get it, I'll tell you that. You know, with that being said, I've never done a project in Alachua County. My dad was a developer here. He started developing in Alachua County in the 60s. He moved us here from the Panhandle. I graduated from Oak Hall School, was in the first class that went all the way through Oak Hall, from 7th grade to 12th grade. My dad's built things all over this place. I've never done anything. And here I am. I find myself, after 41 years in this business, here in Newberry, presenting to you an economic stimulus that will turn this place into something that none of us can imagine right now. I can tell you, my head, I can't wrap myself around the impact that my professionals are telling me will be derived if this project is successful. Okay? All the articles that you have in your DART package show you that you can take everything that High Springs has brought in. You can take the baseball field, you can take the archery field, you can take the equestrian center, you can put the entire distribution center you have up here and roll all of that into one, and you haven't even touched what this thing will do for this economy. Okay? It is not like bringing in an industry where we're going to generate 65 jobs here. It's not what happens. You're going to get approximately 30,000 people in here on not a regular basis. That would be quite adventurous. But there will be a few events a year that will bring 30,000 people to this town, and you will soon see a demand click up for rental units. You're going to see restaurants. You're going to see people coming in here and spending money. And that's what you want in Newberry. That's what's coming your way. It's coming at you like a locomotive straight from Gainesville right now. This is your chance to pick a good one. And I really believe with all my heart that this will be a tremendous boon for this town. Well, in closing, I just want to thank you for considering this permit tonight. Can't tell you how much I want you to approve it, too, but I'm sure you know that. And I'm here to address any questions that you have and any questions from the public. We'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, Mr. We're in a quasi-judicial, so we're going to follow the procedure. But
Right.
you have you've offered a lot of information in your presentation. There's even more in the backup. You've selected to focus on two primary concerns, probably what you heard the P&Z grill you on over the two meetings. First was public safety and traffic, and the second was the noise. Can you go back to your other map that just talks about the public safety and the traffic, and let's break our questions for the applicant up into those two categories. Does the commission have any questions to the applicant about how he's planning on getting the traffic off of the road in a timely manner, preventing backups, those kinds of things? Commissioner Martin.
Mr. Embry, when you were talking about the DOT granting you a drive access in and out of there,
Yes, sir.
did that include any kind of a shoulder for people to get around that are continuing straight, or any kind of a turn lane scenario?
No, sir, not for the initial, the application that we made for a temporary permit, a temporary egress. That permit lasts for 6 months. It can be renewed. But the conversation with the DOT went like this: we're going to grant you an access so that you can do this show and perform just like I mentioned to you. We want to do one show, and then we're going to come back. We're going to come back to you if you grant us this show, and we're going to make application for continued use of this property in this vein. With that being said, they told me that I had the two prerequisites that I mentioned to you. I have to have a traffic engineer on site when we do the first show, and I have to have the Alachua County Sheriff's Department with all the various places covered that I mentioned before. So no, it's going to be built. That egress, the plan that is approved and in your package, is engineered to permanent use, and that's the way we're going to build it. But they're not giving us a permanent status until we have all the traffic study done. At that point, you're going to see decel lanes, turn lanes. There's going to be a lot of construction that's going to be done to get in here. It's just like any other development that comes along and gets an approval for a development order. They have to address all these issues with DOT. They were just good enough to get us out of the chute with one show here, so that we can all experience it and see how things work out. I will tell you that the DOT, and you probably already know this, but they already have improvements going on at the County Line Road for turn lane, acceleration, and decel lanes, which they will begin construction on in the very near future. In addition to that, DOT has been out and done test borings just to the west of our second entrance right there for a retention facility, which we're working with them on. We made that solemn vow with a handshake that we will work with them because we have issues with storm water there crossing the road that I'm sure you all are aware of, and that will be alleviated through that retention area as well.
Commissioner Coleman.
Mr. Mayor, so you said that they're not going to be backed up there on Newberry Road, right? I mean, well,
No.
that number one, they'll already have pre-parking. That's my question is there going? How are you going to stop them backing up so far? Is it they're going to come right on in and they'll be able to park, or how's this work?
Well, in a concert venues, outdoor concert venues these days, the influx of people that are coming to watch the show actually starts the day before the show. We will open the gates to people that in RVs that will come in the day before, and they will spend the night overnight. That's in your DART schedule in your package there. So with that in mind, you have an influx of traffic that starts the day before. The day of the event, when you have the major thrust of traffic that comes in, that long lane there, which is approximately a half a mile long, that starts at entrance number one, will be divided into, we figure, 4 lanes where we have enough room to go 7, 8, 10 if we deem it necessary. But what that's going to do is allow the ASO officers on 26 to direct a steady flow of cars down in there, filling those lanes up and filtering them into the parking spaces down below. Excuse me. If that traffic backs all the way up to egress number 1, we'll bring traffic down to County Line Road and bring them into the entrance number 3, which has the same scenario with wide lanes coming into there. When the traffic's coming in from egress number 1, they will come in and spread out and enter into the western side of the venue through that lane you see on the top and also on the lanes on the bottom. So the total traffic, the total parking lots is accessible from any one of those egresses. Okay? The main thing that ASO brought to my attention was I remember asking them, I said, how long do you think it'll take to empty this venue once the concert's over? At that point, you're going to have more traffic on the road than you do before, because a lot of the people that came the day before are going to leave that night. That's our estimation. And they told me that they figured they could empty that parking lot in an hour and a half. Okay? And in asking them what they had to back that up, that was Gator Nationals with 120,000 people, and they say they empty it at very rapid rate. Okay? They are not concerned one bit about their ability to handle the traffic that we're going to generate here. It's like I said, I want to reiterate this one more time. This is one event. It's going to happen in 2 nights. You're going to have 2 nights of traffic out there for us to determine what's going on, and then we'll address the issues through our engineers and move forward from there to help alleviate the problems. My hope and dream is that we're able to get this off and make everything go, and everybody goes, wow, you know what, that wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. One thing they told me they will do also that I just remembered is that when they are emptying the parking lot and everybody's leaving, they will be posted at the light just like they will be before here in Newberry, and they'll hold it green and allow traffic just to stream right through Newberry. So there's not a backup at the end of the show.
Commissioner Herson? So by that statement you just made, you already expect there to be traffic issues in the center of town.
I don't see how can you not have traffic issues?
Well, okay, but you've already previously said there wouldn't be, and now.
No, well, we don't know.
I was listening closely.
Okay, I misspoke then. Let me clarify that for you. I think there's going to be a lot of cars on the road there. What we're doing is doing everything we possibly can to handle the influx and the exit of traffic. And I'm purporting to you what's been reported to me by the Alachua County Sheriff's Department and their ability to handle the issues that are there.
And I appreciate the Gatorback reference, but certainly emptying and filling Gatorback will shut down that road also.
Actually, it's Gator Nationals is what I was referring to.
Gator Nationals.
Yeah. Gatorback's much less.
I misspoke there because I'm familiar with that facility also. Yeah. We have a UF facility out there. Following Commissioner Martin's comment about the bypass, Newberry Road is a heavily traveled road for emergency vehicles coming from the western part of the state into Gainesville from a trauma standpoint. You don't plan on having any way for those to easily make their way through in that situation because there aren't any pull-offs? Well,
we have 2 things that we're doing there. We're relying on ASO, their communications that there's an incoming that needs to get through. And the second thing we're doing is we're dedicating a helicopter landing pad for light flight right there in the northwest corner of the property. In fact, we just used it the other day. But we figure that one other thing I want to bring up about that traffic you're talking about too. The residents that are on the west side of the property in Gilchrist County, I can see how they will have a big concern about this traffic. And one thing that we've determined is they will have access to the south and be able to come back around without having to go up on the Newberry Road. So that should help them deal with a little bit of the traffic issues there as well.
Okay, any more questions on the dais about the traffic? Does the dais have any questions about the traffic, Commissioner Martin?
Mr. Ember, the folks coming from Trenton Way, which is out west,
Mhm.
they're not going to be traveling to egress number 1, are they? They're just going
They'll
to,
be
their first
directed directly
opportunity is
down
to come
to
down
number
County
3.
Line Road?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
One other thing that I just remembered I didn't mention to you is that in the spirit of keeping everybody informed and being as upfront as we can, we're going to put signs out, just like you guys did here in Newberry for the festival that you just had downtown, where we indicate that there's going to be congestion in the area on these dates and times, and post those signs to the west and to the east, to the west and the east, and to help alleviate issues there. And any, because that, you know, one thing I brought up to DOT, I said, you know, that road right there has an incredible speed limit for a 2-lane road, and us trying to bring cars off of it and create more congestion. You already have Southern Fuelwood there and Norfleet Farms. You know, I mean, there's a lot going on there, and their response to me was that ASO is more than adequately able to handle that situation, and that we will mandate what the speed limit will be on that road, because traffic will be slowing down as it gets congested, and they weren't worried about it a bit. That's what they said.
Okay. Commissioner Farnsworth.
Regarding the County Line Road, if I remember correctly, that's partially paved.
It's all paved.
Yeah,
it's all paved.
Yeah.
It's all paved now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I haven't been out there for a while. Okay, I was just...
Well, since you mentioned that, Commissioner, I'll address something else a proactive measure that we took early on in this process. I went to Gilchrist County, to the county manager, and inquired about any concerns that he would have with us doing this. I took this exact plan to him and showed him what we intend to do. And I asked if there was any permitting that we need to do or anything like that with Gilchrist County, and he said no, there's nothing. We don't want to get involved in it because it's not in our county. It's in Alachua County, and that's a public road right there. You have just as much right to use it as anybody else. And at that point, I haven't had another conversation with him about it.
Any other questions about the traffic on the dais? Okay, so does the dais have any questions about the sound, or are you ready to move to staff's report? Okay. I have a question. Okay.
The one thing I haven't heard mentioned yet is the restroom facilities.
I'm sorry, what?
Restroom facilities.
Okay.
How is that going to be addressed? And also facilities for the RVs.
RVs will be running on their generators. They'll be the same distance apart that they are at Gatorback. That's 20 foot between each RV. We copied their exact parking plan for RVs. The Chief Buckner's was pretty pleased with that as well. You know, we've kicked around several different ideas on how to handle restroom facilities here. Of course, everybody says, let's just put portalettes out there for the first show. And, you know, I'm fighting it with everything that I have. I don't want to put portalettes out there. So I found a firm down in Tampa that designed a system that was used to handle discharge from a battleship that was in Tampa Bay with full crew aboard, and was able to get a DEP permit to handle the waste. I also have located portable trailers that have they actually have 12, I think they have 15, maybe 20 bathrooms per trailer, and they have others that have 10 bathrooms per trailer. And I'm working on a process of getting that through DEP. If I have to, then it will be portalettes, but I don't think it's going to end up that way. We may have a few on site, but predominantly, I think we're going to be able to handle run-of-the-mill bathrooms with the actual sink and toilets in the bathrooms.
Okay. We ready to move to staff report? Commissioner Herson?
Sound question. So you gave us tonight a nice picture on the presentation that wasn't in the backup material. Do you have any of that technical data available?
As far as what?
The sound.
Yeah, it's actually on this, if you look in your DART comments and everything, if you, I think I included, is this email included in there, Brian? The email's included that I read you. And these two documents right here are individually in that, in there, and it's also in a picture that's superimposed like this.
This was presented to the P&Z as well, and all of the comments, questions were also were included in, and the P&Z's recommendation were included in your backup material. So we'll have to look and find out.
I saw the P&Z recommendation, but not.
You didn't have this?
Nope.
But all the other commissioners did have it? Commissioner Martin, you said you did? Don't remember this one well.
It's understandable, but I can create a picture too, so I'm just curious if there's technical data that backs it up. I mean, I appreciate the fact you had professional sound engineers, but you're using your own data. So if I create a model,
what is it that you would like to see?
Let me finish. So if I create a model with my own data, I can make it say whatever I want. So for the, you know, you're having to address issues of the public by sound. So if you provide that information, we can make rational decisions. When you show me a picture, I can make a picture look however I want.
Well, I think that it's my understanding that emails are allowed in a quasi-judicial setting.
As long as they've been submitted as the
testimony.
backup,
Right.
as professional testimony.
I read the email to you from my professional who had this report and map generated for you. The criteria that the JBL used, if you're able to understand this, I'm a layman in this. I see all the information that's right there that they use to determine this, but on that document. But if there's anything else that you want to solidify in your mind that this is true and accurate, I'll be more than glad to get it for you.
Let's pause for 1 second and let legal weigh in, because this data was with the P&Z and the expert was here, and it is my understanding that experts can submit their testimony through email. Is that this body can weigh that as expert evidence, or does this body need to disregard that as expert evidence?
No, they can take that as evidence that's submitted for purposes of consideration.
Okay. And I, as the liaison to the P&Z, I can tell you that the expert was here to testify himself at the P&Z. Everything that Mr. Hembry says is echoing what he said. So, I'm not sure exactly what happened with your backup material. This is an awfully large backup file, so it doesn't surprise me that,
562 pages.
yeah, so, it's a lot of information to go through, but we did spend an awful lot of time on this image with the sound expert at the P&Z. Did you want to, Commissioner Urson, why don't you continue to study that data, and let's move to the staff report. Maybe staff report can echo some of those
I got a few other
sentiments.
questions about things that not those two topics.
You'll have another chance to question the applicant later on as well. All right? So let's go ahead and move to staff report now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So reiterating what we've gone over, it is for an application for a single weekend event, Friday and Saturday outdoor concerts, up to 30,000 attendees. There will be food and beverage vendors. They have indicated an interest in beer and wine sales, which would require additional permit through the city of Newberry. And of course, the usual T-shirt and memorabilia sales. And they are allowing overnight RV camping for concert attendees, but not tent camping like some of the other events, at least not for this first first event. As part of the application, they have submitted the site plan, operations emergency plan draft that they're still working on with Fire Chief and Alachua County Sheriff's Office. Facility placement location we'll see in the application materials. They do have engineered driveway plans, and they've been granted their temporary driveway permit from FDOT. The computer-generated sound diagram they've been talking about, and some economic impact documentation from other communities. Just wanted to show you on public notice, we are required to do a mail out to every parcel that touches a 1,000-foot perimeter around any of the parcels in question. And so those are the 3 parcels in the perimeter that's generated by the Alachua County Property Appraisers data set. And that's the broader look at the parcels. And then in addition to the mail outs for the 1,000-foot perimeter, we also placed signage on the 3 locations where they're going to have ingress and egress to the facility, or at least on the far western side. That's the Newberry Road intersection with County Line Road. I think a total, when you sort out all of the additional, multiple, the same owner on multiple parcels and duplicates and such, we had a total of 30 mail outs. As you might expect, because these are very large parcels surrounding the property, so there's not that many of them number-wise. And then the two areas where you see white, those are actually areas that didn't receive notification because they're actually not within 1,000 feet of any of the properties. 16 of the mail-outs went to Alachua County owners, and 14 went to Gilchrist County owners. So again, as you've already seen, here's the site plan showing the 3 points of ingress and egress. This is a little bit of a blow-up provided by the applicant that shows more of the floor plan, so to speak, of the venue. The main area is the area that's down in the pit. As he stated, it's about 35 feet below the surface level, and then you kind of see the other bubbles that surround it. Those are other viewing areas that are at a little bit higher level because of the unique nature of the topography of the site. It affords some different vistas that they've developed, or they're developing rather, around the perimeter. This is a little bit larger blow up of the sound data that was provided. As stated, the little line area at the bottom of the orange is portrayed to be the stage, and then it estimates the 2,000 feet out from the stage what the sound level would be at a flat plane, and then 1,000 feet behind. Typically, you're looking at the 80 to 85, as was stated. The decibel levels would be equivalency of something between a vacuum cleaner and a garbage disposal. That's the maximum at the perimeter around there. Again, this was a superimposition of the data posed on the site based on the layout of the stage, the direction that the stage faces. If this holds true and it's scaled correctly, 2,000 feet out, you would have a pretty substantial diminishment of the sound and the noise, and then to the sides it would be drop off even faster, and the rear even faster. To give you some additional perspective, staff did an approximate measurement of the nearest residences to the stage, and the closest one looks to be about 1,900 feet. So right about the limits of what the sound diagram shows. Off to the sides, you've got substantially larger, almost 3,000 feet, and to the rear, 2,400 feet. And so it's fairly significant distances between them. If the sound generated is as expressed by the applicant, then staff agrees that there's probably going to be a fairly minimal impact on sound. If the attenuation afforded by being down in the pit and surrounded by trees has a substantial effect, as mentioned. Then by the time you actually get to the property lines, while you may be able to hear the sound, we don't anticipate that it's going to be in excess of the noise ordinance allowances. And so the reason this is being heard by the commission, just to reiterate, our code requires that if you're going to have something of this size, there are certain things that the Land Development Regulation Administrator can sign off on administratively. This is beyond that allowance, and so it comes before the commission to make those judgments. Prior to you granting the permit, they have to meet certain terms and items, one of which was going before the Planning and Zoning Board for first initial review, and then the standard of the evidence presented for a special temporary use permit versus a special exception. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. So the considerations, of course, nuisance hazards, traffic, parking, specific time period, and then appropriate conditions and safeguards. And I think the Planning and Zoning Board report that's included as part of the resolution addresses those issues. And so do want to briefly touch on standards of evidence. Because this is a one-time event, it's not granting any permanent rights whatsoever to do this ever again. There is a lower general standard that has to be met for the presentation of evidence. If this was a special exception, which would be granting permanent rights, the bar would be higher in terms of the expectations of the evidence presented. So as an example, it's much more acceptable maybe to have a hand-drawn site plan versus engineered drawings for the venue itself, or moving forward, if this were to be successful and they were to come back for a special exception application, then they would be expected to provide a traffic engineering study to back up all of the assertions that they're making about traffic generation. Also, too, if temporary versus permanent, one of the commissioners mentioned being able to get traffic through. Staff does anticipate that if this were to come back for a permanent application, it's very likely that FDOT would require some sort of a turn lane system to make sure that you don't have those log jams for repeating events. And then the estimates of sound noise issues versus an actual sound study. One of the things that the applicant, I don't think, mentioned, but he has mentioned to staff, is that they are going to have a sound engineer on site during the event, and they're going to take measurements from around the property perimeter to see what the actual decibel levels are, and then they can move forward from that, learn from that, and then the next time around they'll know how to set their levels accordingly. And so, and I do apologize in advance for the tedious nature of the next few slides. They're very wordy, but it is important to get the Planning and Zoning Board recommendations, findings, and conditions in the record. The Planning and Zoning Board did find that the potential for nuisance and hazard had been adequately addressed. Same with traffic. They found that they believe the traffic will be adequately handled, at least for this one-time event. The traffic plan reviewed by the Alachua County Sheriff's Office should minimize the backup of traffic on Newberry Road by providing at least 2 points of entry and stacking lanes on the property. The applicant is committed to hiring professional parking assistants to park cars quickly. It's people that know what they're doing can move that along faster and continue the flow. And as he mentioned, a lot of the parking will already be paid for online as part of the ticket purchase. That speeds up the process as well, because you don't have to worry about having people taking money. There will be, they've indicated that there will be a separate lane available for that, but the majority they anticipate are going to be paid in advance, and all I have to do is show their printout and move on through, which should go a long way to keep the traffic flowing. Parking, as stated, that should not generate a parking problem. Let me back up one thing. As far as traffic as well, the requirement for a special temporary use permit isn't that no traffic will be generated. Any event of any size is going to generate some backup traffic. The question is it going to be so substantial that it's going to back up local neighborhood streets? And we do not anticipate that as a result of this that the neighborhood streets are going to get backed up. There, of course, will be some traffic generated and backed up on the main roads, but the traffic plan should handle that and mitigate that to the greatest extent possible. But, of course, there will be traffic. Parking should not be an issue. There won't be any parking allowed on the right-of-ways adjacent to the properties. There's ample parking available on site, so there should not be any externalities for parking problems, people parking all over. That was one of the complaints about Luke Bryant concert, was that people were parking off-site. That should not be an issue with this particular venue. Of course, they're going to be limited. They've asked for February 1st through, initially it was April. The Planning and Zoning Board suggested, just because it's taken a little while to get through the process, that they go to June 30th. I will say from staff's perspective, if the commission was amenable, we would be happy to grant it for the entire year of 2020, just to give them more time in case they get backed up trying to book a talent. That kind of thing. We're not experts on it, but we know it takes a lot of time sometimes to get the level of act that they're looking for. We don't really see any negative for granting them more time.
So it would be one weekend, but that one weekend event could happen in a larger window.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're saying staff doesn't have a problem with.
Yes, sir. And Planning and Zoning Board also found that appropriate conditions and safeguards had been included in the conditions. And so under the conditions, again, we've gone through this. It would be February 1st through, here it says April 30th, but whatever the commission chooses to grant them. They will have to operate and maintain everything in conformance with the findings and the conditions set forth here and in the resolution. Any deviation from that is considered a violation and could be grounds for revocation of the special temporary use permit by the city. And as we mentioned, and again, these conditions are these are what are in the resolution, and so even though we've already talked about all this, that's why they're up here, is because this outlines exactly what they have to conform to maintain their permit. And so primary entrance to the venue would be from West Newberry Road. Permitted uses, total of 2 concerts, one on the Friday night, then next on the Saturday, one weekend, food and beverage allowable, alcohol sales, memorabilia. All the vendors would be required to have a current business tax receipt, similar to the special exception that was granted for Gatorback. Total number of days start from setup to cleanup would be 14, so they have a week in advance of the event to get all of the equipment in, set up, tested, get their training with Latch Bay Sheriff's Office of their staff, the staff, on-site staff, etc. No musical activity will be allowed to occur before 12 noon or after 12 midnight. The applicant has actually stated, not the applicant, but the applicant's experts that they've hired to help them set this up have said that they don't need till 12. They anticipate they'll be done by sometime between 10 and 11 and winding down after that. One of the recommendations that the Planning and Zoning Board did make to try to accommodate this one-time event would be to extend the daytime allowable decibel level at the property line in agricultural zoning from to 75 decibels. Daytime is 75, nighttime is 55 for this one-time event, just in case it did exceed and they're louder than they anticipated. Go ahead and grant them 75 decibels, extend through midnight, just to keep them from being in violation if they exceeded it. But their sound expert was pretty adamant that he did not believe that they were going to exceed the thresholds at the property line based on their study. All of the activities, uses, and concerts have to adhere to the applicant-provided timeline, day 1, 2. By day 5, they're starting to run through the logistics team, coordinating with city and county departments and vendors, and then additional run-throughs with city and county departments. The Thursday before, last-minute preparation, and they will start allowing the RV campers to come in. Friday, and then, of course, is the first night of concert traffic. They'll open the venue for attendees at 12 noon, and then Saturday, it would be the second night. They'd be open from 9 a.m. until midnight. And then after that, for day 10, begins the cleanup. People start, the overnight RVers go home, and then 11 through 14 is the cleanup and breakdown. So all the uses will have to conform with the attached site plan, showing the locations for different general parking RV. There should, there's some facility for some minor changes in there, but in general, they'd need to stick with the site plan. And that'll, of course, be worked out with fire rescue and Alachua County Sheriff's Office, whatever they finalize is their travel lanes, et cetera, will all be well known prior to the event by all of the emergency responders. Have to maintain an up-to-date operations emergency plan. The applicant has been working with, as he stated, the Newberry Fire Department, Alachua County EMS, and the Alachua County Sheriff's Office. Where overnight parking is permitted, each row will be marked with a number. This is basically a safety issue so that first responders can find them if there's a call in. Minimum clear width 15 feet, provided all times around the required on-site water storage tanks. That's just so that EMS can, or the fire department can get to the water if they need it. No open fires will be permitted in the facility. The only cooking can be in the RVs, in the self-contained kitchens. No outside cooking will be allowed. In addition, there has to be 30-foot clear width spacing between RVs and travel trailers, maintained at a minimum of 20 feet. 30-foot clear width, 20-foot width between the two, and that allows for some of those slide outs, so there's still clearance between the two to get through them. And in the case of assembly-style tents, this isn't for tent camping. This would be the large tents that people congregate under for different, they might have catered events or something under the tents. They have to provide 2 days' notice to the fire department to come out and inspect the assembly. All the stages will be inspected prior to occupancy by fire chief and the building inspector. For this first one-time event, they're bringing it, everything comes in prefabricated on semi-tractor trailers and is assembled. It's all pre-engineered, and they'll have the documentation for that, and then it'll be inspected based on that documentation. Evacuation plan has to be provided at least 60 days prior to the event site being occupied, and really all of the required safety-related information. What date they're going to hold it, the emergency evacuation plan, all of the safety-related has to be done 60 days prior. Security plan implemented and coordinated by Alachua County Sheriff's Office. Emergency medical plan provided by the applicant at least 60 days. Like I said, everything has to be turned in a minimum of 60 days prior. That'll all be coordinated with Newberry Fire and Alachua County Fire Rescue. The roadways in the venue have to maintain a minimum of 20-foot clear width. This is for emergency vehicles. At all times, the internal roadways will have to be compacted to a standard that will support all of the emergency vehicle travel or traffic that it might need in all weather conditions. And according to the Florida Fire Prevention Code, they'll apply during all instances where the venue's open. So from setup through the 14 days to break down and clean up. It has to be maintained so that EMS can get in and out safely and quickly. Proof of liability insurance for the outdoor concert will be provided prior for inspection by the city, and then the applicant will also include the city of Newberry as an also insured on the liability policy. They'll strictly comply with all health requirements for provision of restrooms. You touched on that a little bit. The applicant has indicated that he wants to have a higher standard of portable restroom than porta potties, which would be wonderful. And all the mobile vendors will display their mobile vendor permits as is required. And no alcoholic beverages sold on the premises without an approved special use permit granted by the city of Newberry. So they'll come back once they know when the venue is going to be, when the event's going to be held. They'll come back for that. And they will limit the attendance to the adequacy of facilities so as to prevent overcrowding, unsanitary, or hazardous conditions. If it got to the point where Alachua County Sheriff's Office said, you know what, there's more crowd than we anticipated, or the plan isn't working, at that point they would be basically required to stop letting people in until the situation was corrected, and then they could presumably open up again. But they are required to limit attendance to the adequacy of the facilities. And so, again, it's incumbent on them to have a plan up front that addresses all of those issues. They'll notify all the appropriate agencies, including the city of Newberry, no less than 60 days in advance of when the concerts are going to occur. Temporary structures in excess of 120 feet have to meet requirements of the Florida Building Code. I think most of the structure they're talking about bringing are prefab type that are already pre-engineered, so they should have no problem with that. Permanent structures, which there aren't anticipated to be any for this first event, but if they were to build any permanent structures, they'd have to meet Florida Building Code, of course. Safety and traffic-related plans also have to be in within 60 days. No pyrotechnics, fireworks allowed on the site unless it's part of the show. They could bring in an act that says, well, we want to shoot off fireworks on the stage or as part of our show. Professionally licensed pyrotechnicians are allowed, as part of the show, could come in and set up, but no attendees would be allowed to bring in fireworks and shoot off fireworks out in the parking areas. And with that, just that on December 2nd, Planning and Zoning Board did vote unanimously to recommend approval to the City Commission of Resolution 2019-37 with the findings and conditions we've just gone through. And staff wholeheartedly approves and thinks that we should give this a try.
Okay. Does the dais have any questions for staff? 23 conditions. We can move through it however you want. Commissioner Farnsworth.
I have a question on each one of them. Whenever the fire chief or staff go out and inspect stuff, do we charge the vendors for doing that?
Mr. Mayor, typically there is a small fee which basically covers the cost of staff time to go out and do the inspections. Typically, if you're going to inspect for the large tents for occupancy, I think it's a $50, $75 charge for the inspections.
Commissioner Herson.
Brian, I thank you for the definition of temporary and special exemption prior to. So I have a question regarding that. The operations and emergency plan, in the backup material, it seems like it was a plan to plan. How much detail do we need to have that we should see as a commission or staff should see prior to implementation of that, particularly since we're inside the 60-day window already for the February 1 date?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If the plan is not in place 60 days prior to the announced date of the event, then the city would have the opportunity to basically pull the plug. The city would not approve going forward without the, basically the sign-off of the emergency plan of both the fire rescue and then also the Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
Within that plan, would we expect to see expectations of, overnight security and things like that? Because I didn't see any overnight security mentioned, even though there's going to be overnight camping there.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant might be a little bit better suited to answer that question. The assumption is yes, because they are going to have overnight camping, and so they're going to have overnight staff there. That may be something they're still working out with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office in terms of the adequacy of if they have and it may be based on the number of anticipated overnight RV campers. There might be a formula or something, but yes, they would have to provide some kind of overnight security.
Because in their plan, they stated their senior security people would be on site from 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 at night or something like that. So there would not be any senior staff on site overnight, as they put it in the backup material. So
that would be a good question for the applicant when you cross-examine.
Okay, other questions for staff's presentation from the dais? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, now we have time for public comment. I would ask you to make a line. You have 3 minutes on the clock from the moment that you introduce yourself. Please state your name, introduce yourself. Let us know how you think you're going to be affected by this. If you want to orient us to where you're at, that helps. Hang on one second. Hang on one second, sir. 1 second before we start the clock. The manager is asking to get the map up. Can we get the map up? And we have a question from Commissioner Martin before we begin. Okay.
The distance map?
That one right there. All right. And I just remind the audience once again, this commission is always willing to accept respectful disagreements. We will not accept a disrespectful disagreement. Go ahead, sir.
Just want to introduce myself. Everybody calls me Coach Mazer. I've been out here for a long time. I live at the end of County Line Road where it takes the turn out to Gilchrist. Okay? I, first of all, want to tell you that I am totally for this project. Okay? And I tell you why. My parents, I grew up in show business. I worked for Collier Productions Incorporated for about 5 years, and what we did was to put on rock concerts, okay? Orange Bowl, Gulfstream Racetrack, drag strip, all that kind of stuff. And I came because I heard about this project, and because of the background that I have, I wanted to make sure, what is this all about? Whoa.
Don't worry, it happens to everybody.
Okay. These people know what they're doing. Trust me. I've never seen our venues that we had to do. We had to have an emergency plan. Usually we were working with the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Miami, or something like that. Our venues were 20,000, 30,000 people. Huge things. And everything that I'm thinking back there. I was going to ask about it. Well, there should be a helicopter pad. He's already covered that. You're covered. There's going to be traffic, okay? Regardless of what happens, somebody's going to be angry at you, okay? And just live with it. Somebody mentioned Gatorback, and I know the concern for the city is where are we going to put 25,000 people? And but Gatorback over last Thanksgiving weekend, thousands and thousands of people out there in that facility, okay, for one of the biggest venues in dirt bike racing in this country. And as far as we were concerned, it's just over there, it's just around the corner. And it really didn't have hardly any impact on Newberry specifically. No backups, no problems, all that kind of stuff. And I think you can do the same thing here. I really do. I'm sorry. I really hope that this works out for you. I'm sorry?
Where did you live?
I lived in Florida Keys.
No, currently.
No.
Up there, County Line Road. Okay, when it goes all the way at the end and it turns right, they just paved that whole place. Right there, I live on a 38-acre farm. It's a family farm. And it will, it will impact us. Part of one of the egresses, one of the roads that they're putting in for this venue is right on the road that I'm going to drive home on. It will affect us, but it's worth it. I only had one question: what kind of music?
Hang on one second, so we'll make sure we address that question to him when we get it. So don't go home. We'll ask him. I think I can give you a clue from the P&Z. It's going to be, I think he said Tim McGraw, Shania Twain. No, I'm just kidding. But I think tonight he said something about the Zach Brown Band. That's what I heard, Zach Brown Band. So, yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Todd Wynn, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Right now, we are actually within the 1,000-foot limit. We live right behind, Misty Meadows. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm actually against it. I spent 25 years in the military. My wife and I are both veterans. We're from, believe it or not, an even smaller town in Ohio than Newberry. We moved down to Florida a few years ago. We came into Newberry. We kind of liked this town because it is small. It has that same similar feeling that we had back home. And quite frankly, I've had enough excitement in my life after spending all those years in the Army. I heard a lot of things. Your sound test is a simulation, okay? So you actually don't know what the levels are going to be, right? I've seen a lot of simulations fail in my time in the military. I did not hear anything addressed about all these campers that are going to be camped out here. What's the noise level there? And when is that noise level going to stop? Okay. I'm still working. My hours are different. Sometimes I have to be at work at 5 in the morning, sometimes at 7, sometimes later in the afternoon. My sleep is important to me so that I can do my job. I really don't want to be aggravated with this type of situation. Okay. I don't think all the questions have been addressed. Like I said, simulations, hypothetical. I heard words, these aren't facts. I've heard a lot of non-facts tonight. And I'd like to hear some facts before we make a decision on how this is going to impact us. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt for just a second. I know there's already been some discussion on the noise concerns. One of the things that the city attorney is going to recommend as an added condition here is just make it very express that the city manager or its designee will have the authority to pull the permit if there comes to be a situation where one of these conditions isn't met. So I wanted to point that out because I know we're going to hear some more comment on that, probably some more questions on it, but that would be our recommendation to add to this resolution.
And just to clarify that point, my understanding is that that authority already rests with the staff on any of the plans, any of the, you're just saying, hang on one second, just to make it clearer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That authority already exists, but we would specifically write it in on this resolution here.
Okay, let's let Ms. Meg have her comment, and then you had a minute left on your time. You can come back up, sir.
I'm Meg Elkins, and I am a Gilchrist County resident, just north of the 2,400 feet. I was notified, so I am within the 1,000 feet. One thing I wanted to point out is there's been a lot of focus on it being a 2-day event, but it looks like that there's going to be public activity from Thursday to Sunday, so it actually is going to impact us more than just 2 days. The volume diagram takes into account the actual noise produced from the speakers that have technology, but I haven't heard anything addressed on the 25,000 people that are going to be on that property, the 13,000 cars, and the generators that are going to be running those RVs all night. I can hear the cows moo from the pasture. I'm going to hear 25,000 people. I have a baby coming. You can't tell. So does my neighbor. We want to be rocking our babies in peace. And yes, I'm young. I could go to a concert and have fun, but it sounds like this isn't a one-time thing that it's being put out to be. And I'm afraid of the precedent that passing this will set for future use. The FDOT approval that was made for the temp driveway, when I listened to planning and zoning, it said that they did not have the actual numbers when they had that application. So saying that they have FDOT approval for something is really just the driveway. FDOT does not, to my knowledge, have the traffic numbers on that application, and I think that's a big thing to consider. It says that there will be no parking problems. I'm concerned about the off-site parking and activities that will occur in the neighborhoods for people that don't want to pay for parking. Paul Northfleet, they could be in your driveway. And in front of my house. As far as routing traffic, I've heard nothing about Gilchrist County coming in. So what do those of us who are in the Gilchrist County do when they are in front of our driveways, when they are running down our roads? I feel like there's a big Western, leave out here as far as when they do come in from the west side. Like, ASO can't control the Gilchrist County side. And is Gilchrist County prepared to handle that and to take the noise complaints and all of those things? I really think that we should hear from Gilchrist County on it. I know that we are technically in Gilchrist County, but I keep hearing the community. I just would like the commission to consider that the community extends further than the city of Newberry in this case. I will say that there are 50 plus parcels of single-family residential just to the northwest of this site. So to say it's not going to impact people, there's a lot of us that still live daily lives and have to get kids to school and to bed and all of those things. My final words are, it's a highly ag-based area. We live out here to raise babies and animals with no desire to raise the roof. So I'd like you to consider that when you make your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and absolutely well done on 3 minutes, I just have to say. I mean, that was to the second. You timed that out. And, sir, you had a minute left on your time. Come on back up.
Just one other thing. If you do run sound tests and you do allow this to start or to happen, who's gonna administer those? Are you gonna have the person that's putting on the concert who would benefit from them being within his level, or are you going to have an independent person do this study?
Thank you, sir. Okay, other public comment. Don't be shy. You've waited here a long time. Must be waiting for a later agenda item. Okay. Hearing no public comment. A few of you are rustling around. Are you thinking about it, considering it? Okay. We will close public comment. Does the applicant wish to cross-examine anything that he heard from staff or the public? You want to offer any?
Yes. The overcrowding issue that you mentioned, Brian, about stopping the event or something. I wasn't real clear on what the process would be for that. Does that mean that, are you talking about people entering the venue through parking or entering into the venue itself through ticketing and security? Or both?
Yeah. Basically, if the Alachua County Sheriff or the fire department said that the crowd was creating an unsafe environment, then they would have the ability to basically shut the event down and make everybody leave. We don't anticipate that would happen, but it's there just in case.
Okay.
If something got out of hand.
I wanted to be clear on that. Also, Commissioner, you brought up the time being within the 60-day time frame already. It was my understanding that we were moving the first date forward as well in this. Yeah, and the reason for that is that we have to have basically, we want 120 days of marketing before we even have an event. So the 60 days for us is well within our means to be able to handle all the submissions. You know, I'll tell you, can I address what the public comments were?
Through the chair.
Well, I think that that Mr. Lynn's comment about independent sound analysis is warranted, and I would be more than willing to hire an independent sound an analyst that does it. You know, I'll pay for it. The city can bill me or whatever. However you want to work that dynamic out, I'm more than willing to accommodate that. And also, the line of demarcation between Gilchrist County and Alachua County is very finite, but for jurisdictional purposes, Alachua County works in concert with Gilchrist County Sheriff's Department on numerous occasions all the time, and neither one have had any adverse comments about handling something in either county. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any final comments on anything that the applicant said? Anything you want to cross-examine?
No, Mr. Mayor, the only thing, I think that one of the concerns, and it's a legitimate concern, is that people will be parking in the right-of-ways or parking out in people's front yards, potentially. Again, we are going on the projections made by the applicant's sound expert, but if they're correct, the distances are such that you would basically be pulling up into somebody's yard to listen to a low radio. My point being that I think from staff's perspective, given what we've been presented as background data and information, it wouldn't really make sense for anybody to do that because they wouldn't be getting anything approaching a concert experience. It would just be noise off in the distance.
Well, Brian, let me, to that point, because I just was out at Gatorback while they were having their event, and they have an arrangement with ASO where a deputy periodically just sort of drives the perimeter and runs folks off, because you have people there who pull off the side and watch the racing for a few minutes. See, I do it too. Trying to avoid paying the entry fee. And I can't remember exactly the timeline, but it seemed like it was on about an hour. I think you were there, but was that about right? So about once an hour, they kind of drive around and just sort of shoo people away. Have we specifically addressed that point? If not, I'm sure the applicant, he seems pretty amenable. He's shaking his head to, he'll add that into his negotiations with ASO.
Absolutely. I mean, that should be an easy ask to have a deputy from one.
He's going to be paying enough deputies to be out there to have one of them get in a car and drive around.
You know, I don't profess to understand the crossover with the jurisdictions. It might take an officer from Gilchrist County as well as an officer from Alachua County just to cover both jurisdictions. But
well, I know that ASO and Gilchrist have a history. ASO just completely went over there and ran that department in that recent tragedy. So I know they have interlocal agreements that allow them to work in this territory. I'm not sure how long those agreements are for, but was that the conclusion of your cross-examination? Okay. All right, now the board has the opportunity, now taking in total the applicant's report, staff's report, public comment, and answers, to ask any follow-up questions. Commissioner Norfleet.
To address the RV parking, is the RV parking designated where you plan on having it?
Yes, sir. It is designated on the plan that we submitted.
Can you show me where that's at?
Can you go back to the
back?
Okay. Is it back or forward? Yeah.
Oops.
Keep more.
Well, where's that other one at? You want to find it?
It's underneath that
There
part.
it is.
There it is.
Okay, thank you. Technically challenged here. On the southern border, the entire row there, southern, all the way south down Mayor, down further, right about there. You got it. That entire line is RV.
Technically, this whole thing is,
The southern border, all the way down, that's the southern line is RV parking, and then where it turns back up to the north is RV parking. And on the interior, where entrance number 2 is, there's a few spaces there.
Commissioner Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. I appreciate you coming through, answering all our questions, and everybody else sitting here. I don't have a terrible amount of heartburn trying to support this event. A couple of things that I wrote down, more just kind of food for thought items, because I don't want to micromanage your event. If I wanted to do that, I'd put the event on myself. But Pat Post uses a technique of berms along Newberry Road pretty effectively as far as sound. That may be something to consider on the north side of the property. Maybe even thinking about moving the RVs to the north side to maybe even act almost as an artificial berm for sound purposes. As far as the beer and wine, I had a thought of whether or not that would be closed down before the end of the concert to allow a little bit of a sobering period before people hit the road. I didn't have any heartburn either about the cooking outside the RV, just not something that was open pit oriented. I don't think you're probably going to get too much argument if you've got a Weber out or something like that, like tailgating. Some of the historical references, of course, the Gatorback, the Newberry festivals that we have, the Gator Cup with Easton, are not quite to the scale, but they also don't have probably the scale of infrastructure that you're entertaining to try to handle it either. I talked with Bill Conrad, former mayor, after the original P&Z meeting, and to say that he was a critic could probably be an understatement. He has been otherwise satisfied to the measures that you have made in trying to get this to be something effective and trying to entertain the concerns that the residents have. So I don't have a problem trying to support this, but I will I'll put myself out there for your critics. I will volunteer to be a point person in addressing or funneling their concerns, and maybe you and I can have a direct dialogue so that can help get their concerns taken care of, because I've got some ideas there, but won't necessarily bore the whole audience with that right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll tell you, to start back with your first comments, you mentioned berm to Pat Post, and it's amazing how fast action occurs. As far as you being a conduit to us with addressing concerns and everything, we're more than we love comments coming from the public and anybody else, and it will not fall upon deaf ears. We want this to be a success that everybody possible can enjoy and see the benefits of. We know we're not going to make everybody happy, but we can sure try. The other thing is with Mayor Conrad, I thought he was just trying to get tickets when he decided he liked the thing, but I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that he's addressed it, that everything's good in his mind.
Any other questions, Commissioner Herson?
So, can you give us just a ballpark on the economic impact? Because the backup material I didn't find horribly persuasive or relevant to our situation.
Actually, what I intend to do is have excuse me, is to have Anthony Leachman put together a program that will spell out to you what the projected economic impact will be on this venue. I have another gentleman.
But I got to vote on this before I get that.
Well, I can't give it to you right now, but I can read you an email that he sent me tonight. It's not in your packet, But I asked him that very question. I said, you know, I have a feeling that the economic impact issue is going to come up. Can you give me something to help me start the conversation so that so we can start wrapping ourselves around what we're talking about here? And I'll read this email to you now. He said the objective of this email is to provide information about the effects of economic impact related to a 30,000-seat amphitheater. The project creates several opportunities for economic impact. Locally, economy is impacted in two significant ways: local spend and out-of-state spend. The local residents will stay in Newberry and spend, as opposed to going out of the community to frequent restaurants, bars, and events. The retention of the normal leakage can be significant to the local economy. The out-of-state draw brings outside money into the Newberry community. The specific benefit from a 30,000-seat amphitheater is that every event has the potential to attract new and different demographics. The draw of new spend to the community brings a more diversified economic base. As stated in your package, he's talking about the one that was presented to P&Z here, I believe. As stated in your package submitted to the City Council, approximately 30% of all concert goers will stay overnight. That's heads in beds. The average hotel rate in Newberry is $105, excuse me, $105, which includes local tax that benefits Newberry directly. The demand for accommodations can spark new developments, jobs, business opportunities. The longer guests stay in Newberry, the more they spend. The RISE strategic group approach, which is his company, will benefit and optimize the economic impact in several ways. First, merchant processing system. When a concert goer uses a credit card processing system, will identify demographic information and provide spend analysis. The process identifies who is spending in Newberry and how other competing venues compare. Web and app design attracts businesses to invest in the local economy through sponsorship. Not only will businesses create alliances with the amphitheater, but there's potential for a relationship with Newberry as well. Community development. RISE coordinates with local not-for-profit organizations to assure the new economic stimulus has appropriate benefits to community organizations that serve Newberry. Overall, the amphitheater will become an economic wheel that will churn in and out of state spending and create a more diverse economy and new business opportunities for Newberry. Getting more specific on that will have to come at a little bit later date. But the stimulus is identified. What the impact's going to be is, are we going to have more concerts?
Does that conclude your questions, Commissioner Hersham, or are you formulating a follow-up? You want to let it simmer while I move around the dais? Other questions from the dais? One of the public's questions was about a P&Z question that Board Member Rowland asked, and it was FDOT aware of the size of the event, the scaling of the event, when they issued the permit? Because I agree that either it was unclear at the P&Z meeting or that part of the conversation wasn't communicated clearly. When you submitted the application, did you have to explain? Did you put 30,000 people or 25,000 people? I mean, what did that application process look like? When they give you that permit, do they know that this isn't a birthday party with 10 cars, that it's 25,000 cars?
No, actually the application itself, I don't recall it being specific as far as traffic count goes. The conversation was about the volume of traffic coming in that particular entrance. Like I mentioned earlier, they saw the exact plan that you have here. And as I mentioned earlier, we overestimated our crowd at 40,000 people whenever we first went to DOT. We overestimated the number of cars to be 15,000 cars. With 29,000 and change people coming to the venue, we'll actually probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 12,000 cars.
So the answer to the question of was FDOT aware of the scale is yes.
Yes, they definitely were
The
aware.
permit doesn't speak to volume,
No.
but they are aware of the scale.
Yes, the permit, I don't recall anything in there personally.
But the
It may address it,
conversation-
but I know that I addressed the.
They saw this presentation, they saw what
Absolutely.
you're planning on doing,
Absolutely.
verbal conversations,
Mhm.
email threads.
Yes.
That talked about the scale.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, this isn't really a question, Mr. Hembry, so if you want to sit down, that's fine. But, I think another public comment was about, this sounds like this is not a one-time event. And I would agree that we've heard comments tonight that the applicant may be back for a permanent permit to do this. But the application in front of this board tonight is absolutely for a one-time event. And I would say, I made this comment at the P&Z, I believe, that the burden and the pressure is on the applicant at this point, because right now, someone else said, we're talking about, we don't have facts because we've never done anything like this before. He's got to, if he's successful tonight, he's going to have a permit to do this one time. If he blows it, he's going to be right in those growing pains as a developer he was talking about at the beginning of the night, because there's no way he's going to be able to come back in front of the P&Z or this body again if this goes south and ever get a permanent. So he's taking a pretty big risk here, and I think it is something we should be grateful for, because he's taking the risk. It allows this body to consider a one-time event and then test it with all of that actual known facts, data. We'll have an objective third party taken. We'll all see the traffic. I certainly plan on, whenever it happens, to driving out to the edges of that property and seeing for myself. That's the best way to go about it. So, through this whole process, that's been the thought in my mind. Most people do not do that. Most applicants come, they ask for the permit to do it. You're stuck in this world of, I think it could work, and you got to say yay or nay, and then they have the right to do that activity if you take the risk. In this case, the risk is all on the applicant to try this out, and if it doesn't work, it's not going to happen again. Did you have a chance to finish articulating in your brain, or you want Commissioner Coleman to buy you a few more seconds?
I'm right. I just disagree with a few of the things said, but they aren't questions, they're just comments.
Okay. Commissioner Coleman?
Mine's a comment too. I look at this as a test, and I'm all for giving an opportunity to anybody that's wanting to go out, especially financially, what this is, them personally, what it's going to impact them. And the way I'm looking at this is this will show me and show the rest of the citizens of Newberry how it's going to impact, number one, noise, number two, traffic, number three, the financial impact for the city of Newberry, but mainly, the citizens of Gilchrist County and Alachua County. I look at and I'm talking about even in Walkasassa Flats, most of those folks, half their kids go to Newberry, but I was on the fence with this, but it's a one-time deal, so I'm going to go ahead and let you know I'm going to be voting for this, but because it's a one-time event, and what they can do is prove that this noise is going to work or not, because I do understand, sitting in Countryway with an engine right across the street all night long. I understand that when I was living in Countryway. So, but this is a test, and I hate that it's affecting the citizens to be involved in this test, but nothing ventured is nothing gained, and we're actually going, the way I look at this, another way is that we're finally going to have something that's going to go through Newberry, not outside of Newberry. And, so that's it.
All right. Are there any other questions of the applicant, staff? Hearing none, we will offer final arguments to the applicant. Do you have any last argument to be made? You don't have to, but if you... Okay, staff have any final argument? Okay, Mr. Attorney, would you please advise the decision-making body as to the applicable law and the factual findings that must be made to approve or deny the applications?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a special temporary use permit. We're governed by the same standard we're always governed by in quasi-judicial, substantial and competent evidence. In terms of making our decision tonight, in granting a temporary use permit, and this is all embedded in the draft resolution that's before you, but the commission shall determine that in terms of nuisance, any nuisance or hazardous feature involved is suitably separate from adjacent uses. It also shall find that with respect to traffic, excessive vehicular traffic will not be generated on minor residential streets. And then third, it must find regarding parking that a vehicular parking problem will not be created. In addition to that, the commission can impose any other reasonable conditions as staff has walked us through as proposed. And then, of course, I made the comment earlier, the city attorney recommends that an additional condition be that the city manager expressly has authority to, I should say the city manager or its designee shall have the express authority to pull the permit if one of these conditions are not met. It's also important for the commission to keep in mind here too that we're talking about conditions. It's not a matter of, as we sit here today, has each one of these conditions been met? We know that that's not possible in certain instances. But has the evidence been submitted to demonstrate that, based on the substantial and competent evidence standard, that those conditions will very, very likely be met? So those are the things that the commission should be thinking about in terms of their deliberations here or any motion.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, the board will now enter into deliberations of the application. I'd ask the board to deliberate on 2 points in particular. One, and they can seek legal's advice on the wording, but just to make sure that it's clear that if this moves forward, staff has the authority to pull the plug on this event if any of these conditions are not met. The other thing I'd like you to think about is, and I'm not entirely sure how this would be relevant, but I think it's worth thinking about. Recently we've become sort of a golf cart community. So as the applicant, I don't remember the P&Z necessarily talking about golf carts. It'd be hard to get there on a golf cart. It's pretty far out. It's a state road. You're not allowed to cross it anyway. But those would be the sort of the final thoughts I have as you deliberate. Does anyone have any final thoughts? Commissioner Norfleet, is that a reach or ponder? Okay, Commissioner Hersom, you had some comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Coleman's concept that this is a test case, is that we are approving a one-time use. Again, I appreciate Brian putting the criteria for the special temporary use permit. While I am not thrilled with this application whatsoever, I don't know that there's enough information. It's probably met the criteria for the special use permit because the bar is set lower, and that's why it's probably met. I don't believe that the application is meeting a lot of the information that our citizens want. This may provide a lot of opportunity for Newberry. That's great. I wish you would have done a better job in this application and providing the information for us. You've probably met the criteria, and since you've met the criteria, I can't vote against it, but I don't like voting for it.
Okay, other deliberations? Okay, then we will close the deliberations, and I will entertain a motion for the resolution that was read at the beginning of our quasi-judicial with the inclusion, if you could put it up there, with the inclusion of legal's terminology, recommended terminology about staff's authority to pull the plug if any of the conditions aren't met. Do we have the, Mike, do we have the resolution or the recommended action that we put on the screen? That's what you were.
These are the conditions that are in the resolution.
All 23.
All 23, most likely.
That'd be
this
hard
is
to fit
the-
on one screen.
This is the condition which we would revise to grant the city manager the authority to pull the plug.
And there was some consideration about expanding this to be a 12-month. Is that what that says? I'm sorry, my eyes are
Yes,
getting
sir.
kind of bad. February 1 to April.
This is where we would expand it from April 30th to whatever date the commission chooses.
Okay, so February 1, 2020 to February 1, 2021?
Whatever the city commission's pleasure.
That's a 12, it's still just one time, but that gives them a 12-month window to get the act of their choice. That would be, so the recommended motion would be to approve with all 23 conditions, changing special condition 1, changing the dates to give a 12-month, and authorizing the city manager to have authority to pull the plug on the event should any of these conditions not be met. Is that sufficient, Mr. Attorney?
That is.
Okay. Question, Commissioner Coleman.
And this is a Friday and Saturday. It's
Friday and
not
Saturday.
during the week at all. I know there's that Thursday, but it's,
I think when you're looking for 25,000 people, you're looking for a weekend.
yeah.
But
well,
I see a shaking head. Do we want to, you're fine with us putting that in the conditions? Okay, so we'll add a 24th condition that this permit shall only be good on a Friday and Saturday night. And the applicant's not, no problems there. So you got condition number 24?
Well,
Are
wait
you
a
going
minute.
for 25?
No.
Oh.
What I am looking at, and I've heard from both citizens, like, where is the RVs gonna be at?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if you're bringing them in on a Thursday, you're letting them in on a Thursday, that's, you know, Thursday night.
Friday, Saturday.
Saturday, and they go
Maybe
home
Sunday.
Sunday.
You're going to have to articulate that, Huff.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not following the Huff.
It's getting late. Yeah,
I mean, he's got the RVs
the
set
south,
back along
the south side of that, I know that property very well. I used to sneak in there all the time. It was, whatever, that was. But
It is
here's
getting
the-
late.
I know, but I know there's plenty of room for RV the south of this venue. And I'm thinking that's less population.
That's where he's got it, to the south.
But there was some, he was saying, that was north of,
No, Commissioner Martin was suggesting that if he moved, or Commissioner Herson.
them RVs ain't gonna
If they
stop
put 'em at the
noise, they're
north-
gonna make noise.
Yeah, I would say since this is a test run, let the applicant test where it works, and then we can all come back with those kinds of comments. Right now, he's got the RVs further away from everybody, further away from the populated areas.
Okay.
Okay, last chance to offer a 25th condition. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the 24 conditions, modifying condition 1 and adding condition 24, as we have just discussed? I have a motion from Commissioner Farnsworth. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Norfleet. Okay, we have a motion properly seconded. Is there any further comment from the dais on the motion on the floor? We have now left quasi-judicial. Hearing none, is there any final comment from the public on the motion on the floor? 24 conditions to approve a one-time event happening on a Friday and Saturday. Come on down. Yes. We have 2 minutes now for public comment.
I'm just going to say that one of my biggest things was the noise created by the people, and I didn't hear that refigured. So, like, are we going to get studies? Are we going to talk about what kind of noise these people are creating? Because if I can hear the cows, 25,000 people, regardless of the concert, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to hear. And I didn't hear any more discussion given to that.
Well, I think that the discussion is on the security at night to make sure that that kind of thing squashes. that they're past the noise ordinance that they're allowed will be over at midnight, so there'll be enforceable regulations at that point in time, and that this is a one-time event. So if the applicant cannot control that kind of behavior, that will absolutely factor into this body's decision to allow this to
But are
happen
we
on a
looking at
regular
that in the
basis.
future? Or are we just
Absolutely.
measuring the level of this conflict?
No, the noise is noise. There's nothing in our statute that distinguishes between automated noise and people noise. The noise level is the noise level. So if they break the noise level, it doesn't matter if that's done by a generator or a speaker or people having a party, they've broken the noise level. Other public comment on the motion on the floor? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you to the applicant, thank you to staff, thank you to the public who sat so patiently through that process. We are, Mr.
With regards to the agenda, Mr. Mayor, I would like to propose for the commission's consideration, because we are running up against our 10:30 deadline here, that we have guests that are here for item 11 under agenda items. I don't think that we have guests associated with items 8 or 9, and ask the commission to consider moving to item 11 now, and then returning to item 8 after it is complete.
Okay. I think that's fine. And as we approach 10:30, we will need a vote to extend the meeting. Otherwise, we are, by our own rules, called to end. So we are going to change and bring up item 11 at this point in time.
That's item 11.
Under agenda items. Yes. Okay. Well, it's still there.
Yeah.
Sorry, we did try to get that discussion item placed on January, knowing how packed this meeting was. But, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to read this resolution into the record before staff presents.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Resolution number 2019-42, SD 19-02, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, approving with appropriate conditions and safeguards construction plans for Oak Park Phase 1 as authorized under Section 5.17 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations for the construction of infrastructure and site improvements in a planned development, PD, zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, repealing all resolutions in conflict and providing an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff recommendation on the resolution approving the construction plans for the Oak Park Phase 1 subdivision is to approve. To familiarize you with Oak Park, it's a new subdivision that is going in as part of the Newberry Gateway Plan Development. It's located partially just north of Hitchcock. All of it is north of Northwest 5th Avenue. This is the overall view of the entire neighborhood, which would be comprised of 113 units right now. Tonight, we're looking at the construction plans only for Phase 1, which is the phase on the right side of the screen. As I said, it's part of the Newberry Gateway Plan Development. 113 total units, all single family, and be phased 2 phases. And so then for Oak Park Phase 1, we're looking at a total of 70 single family units. It's the first of the 2 phases. Construction plan approval will allow them to move forward with the infrastructure prior to final plat approval. At some point in the future, the applicant has indicated that they will either complete the infrastructure and come back for final plat approval, or they will do a surety for the remaining amount of infrastructure left at that point and seek final plat approval. The plans were first reviewed by the city's application review team as well as an outside engineer at EDA. Comments were submitted to the applicant's agent, J. Brown Professional Group, who put together a series of responses. And the plans were amended to incorporate those comments and resubmitted for final review and approval by staff. The stormwater permit was just approved today, so we were able to squeak that little bit of information in, so they've got their stormwater permit for drainage. And again, staff's recommendation would be to approve resolution 2019-42, approving construction plans for phase 1.
Okay, I know that it's getting late, and I know that we're all tired. I know we have a lot on the agenda, and they got people here to speak to other items on the agenda, but we need to give every item its due diligence, and we'll consider that when we pack agendas this full in the future, especially with hot topic conversation items. So this was approved 7 years ago, my math, 6 years ago. Are there questions for Mr. Thomas about Resolution 2019-42? Commissioner Coleman.
My only question, of course, I wasn't on the dais when this was approved, is where are you going to put all the kids to go to school? We're already jam-packed in Newberry. What are we going to do there?
I think it's a relevant question. I'm not sure if when an applicant already has approval, I'm not sure under what right you deny that approval.
Oh, I'm not heading that way, but.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that we certainly, we have been in constant conversations with the school board. I think our conversations have largely instigated the decision to build the elementary school on this side of the county. That's not going to alleviate the initial. And if there's a point there that I'm missing, Mr. New or Mr. Thomas, I think we are all concerned with the overpopulation of our schools. None of us, none of you guys were involved in that decision.
Mayor, if I might, while there's no question there's an overcrowding condition with the schools, the school board's guidelines that they've submitted basically dictate that if there's even if your school concurrency area is lacking in capacity, if the adjacent school concurrency areas have adequate capacity, it's still considered to have adequate capacity. And so that's actually the situation we're in right now. We don't actually typically submit to the school board until final plat application, but in anticipation of that, I put together the school board form and ran the numbers basically for elementary, middle, and high school concurrency. And what you find out is the demand generated by phase 1 would be by the multipliers supplied by the school board, 9.8 elementary students. The current school board, school concurrency area capacity listed by the school board is 85. So we would be in compliance within the school capacity concurrency area. Just as an aside, the adjacent SCA capacity is over 1,300. For middle school, that middle school is actually the more difficult one. You have 4.2. We have a negative capacity right now in the middle school for our SCA. However, the adjacent SCAs provide a capacity of up to 673, and then high school generate demand of 5.6 new students. Capacity available in the in the Newberry SCA of 119, with adjacency providing 560. When these plans are originally submitted, there is no reservation of concurrency either for school capacity or local infrastructure. We typically do an analysis to say at this point in time, yes, it's available, but it's not actually reserved until such a time as the final plat is put in for approval. The school board has assured us that what they've come up with works, that even though it's showing negative 89 as the capacity for the Oakview SCA, that there is capacity there, and with future enhancements that are on the way, the capacity is going to be there in the next few years. It's just not necessarily there right now.
Okay. Is that the end of your presentation? We were at the end. Are there other questions? Commissioner Norfleet?
On this planned development here, are the utilities they're existing sufficient enough to handle this, or is there gonna have to be some upgrades? And if there is, who's gonna be paying for it?
Mr. Mayor, the part of the analysis does include the capacity availability for water, wastewater, roadway. Right now, we do have capacity. According to our utilities director, we have adequate capacity in both wastewater and water. For any development, should it require improvements to bring utilities to the site, it would be on the cost of the developer who's requiring those improvements. Sometimes the city participates if it benefits the city to do some upsizing, and the city might share some cost in that respect. But in general, if an improvement to existing utilities is required for a development, the developer pays for that.
Other questions from the dais? Commissioner Martin.
Well, to answer Commissioner Coleman's question with regards to the current concurrency, the school board moved the goalposts the year before last and basically created 3 concurrency zones, which allowed the entire county to be one giant concurrency zone. So it said, if you're in any part of the county, as long as the adjacent ones have capacity, then you're good to go. The problem with that is everybody is touching everybody else. And the balance of the capacity is over in East Side, Hawthorne area, of where no kids from here will ever go over there for any measurable amount. So the heartburn I have here with this is we weren't sitting here when this was passed years and years ago. The concurrency issue was changed since this was approved. And I cannot in good conscience saddle the schools with this problem, because whatever the school board says is fine by them, but they're not the ones that are going to get the phone calls and really have to deal with it. That's our cross to bear. And it's really the heartache for that 1.5 year bridge between when this gets online and when the new school gets put into place over in Parker Road, because that technically, or that hypothetically, should free up the spaces that we have, but it's that transition period that's going to be just unbearable as far as I'm concerned with the schools, because even with the expansion programs, there's no capacity additions at the high school or the elementary school that I recall. Oakview's 4th quad is not even going to break ground until the end of next year. So there's a lot of problem with this. If they can delay it, then I don't think then there's a problem. But the 1.5 or maybe even 2 is more than I can stomach. And I've had this conversation with a couple of folks in town already and said, look, I can't in good conscience approve any further planned development, things like this, until the schools are addressed, and it's just not getting done quick enough.
Mr. Newberry, Mr. Thomas, from this moment right now, what would be the timeline to build out phase 1? How long are we looking at for them to complete the entire phase?
Mr. Mayor, I think the applicant who's here is probably better equipped to answer that. I think we can speculate, but his money's riding on it, so I bet he has a better answer than we do.
Mayor, I'm David McDaniel with M3 Development. To answer the timeline question, from the time we start development, which will be soon, it takes 6 to 9 months to finish the subdivision and get it platted. We then have a closing with the builders. The builders then usually take somewhere between 90 and 120 days to get their models built and start their sales process and start building some spec homes. By the time they're actually finished with Phase 1, I would suggest the last house would be built and occupied 2 years or more from today.
So that timeline fits the timeline to help Commissioner Martin's heartburn, because we're looking at 18 months to 2 years for the school. You're looking at 18 months to 2 years for all the Phase 1 to be built out. So by the time you're about built out, that school should be, now that's on the school board and on a lot of various factors, but to fit the heartburn, the timeline you just said, that would be about right.
Getting closer.
Right. I mean, I guess my concern here is, as Commissioner Hersom just said in, I don't know, 1 item or 2 items ago at this point, you know, we have, and I'd ask the city attorney, I guess, to weigh in here, we have our own rules and regulations and reasons we can say yay and reasons we can say nay. And I'm not sure, an area that is properly zoned for an area, we have the legal right to say, no, you can't do that because of another governing entity. So I just want to make sure before we take a vote that we're not empowered to take.
I'll make this just general statement about this. The PD's already approved, and so, if we're to deny the applicant tonight, there is a potential claim that the city is going to have to address. And I can't tell you how that's going to shake out, but that is something that we would have to consider as far as what the commission's deciding tonight.
Thomas.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, there is a bit of a silver lining in this, in that the applicant has chosen to purchase a section of land that was designated in the PD for residential development, but it was also designated for a much higher density development with multifamily as well as single family. And so by essentially taking up the majority of the property of the PD that was allowable at a higher density, it's going to reduce the overall density that's going to be built in the PD. So he's actually has the effect of reducing the number of school students that are going to be generated by the Newberry Gateway PD as a whole.
Okay. Any other questions? I guess my last thought here is, and I'm not sure where the board is on this, but if the idea is to say no, are we sending a message henceforth that no more developments in the city of Newberry until the concurrency? Is that because this one's already approved and planned. So there is 2 groups. There's ones that have already got approval. They've been there on the books, just simply waiting to pull the trigger. And then there's new ones that come in and ask. They fall into 2 buckets, 2 different categories of what you guys have the ability to, once you've approved it, how you can move forward at that point in time. But I don't need an answer now. I just need everyone to kind of consider the signal that you're sending to everybody. Remind me, you read the resolution?
I have.
Do we have a motion on the floor, though?
No motion.
We do not have a motion on the floor. Okay. Any other questions for staff? You have a question for me?
So, as we consider this, this is a resolution rather than quasi-judicial, but what is the guiding principle that we have to make this decision?
Mr. Attorney, I mean, that's kind of what I've been getting it to is, we've already set the table here, and we've said this is what you have to hit, this is the criteria. In my mind, they've already hit that.
It's a lower standard than the substantial incompetent evidence that we're always talking about here. So this is not, more likely than not, something, along those lines. It's not, we're not held to the higher standard that we typically have for quasi-judicial.
Commissioner Coleman?
I'm going to vote yes on this, but yet you asked this question. Yeah, I think now it's time to start setting this precedent because, overall, none of us were on the dais. I would hate to know that I had this approved 6 years ago and now somebody's going to come back and go, what? No, not that at all. And there is other silver linings where it's benefiting the realtors and the plumbers and all the local people I hope that he's going to hire. But yeah, I'm going to be the first to answer your question. Bringing in more and more housing is not benefiting Newberry. I don't know if you're sitting on my side as my regular job, it does not benefit when it comes to taxes, I can tell you, revenue. If you want to have that discussion after work, after this, I can sit down and explain exactly why it doesn't benefit us. But I'm going to vote yes on this.
Other questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor, just to chime in on this, and I guess I'll step in with caution or
Hang on
offer
one
with
second,
agreement.
Mr. New, I'm sorry. It's 10:29. We now need a vote to extend the meeting. I have a lot of experience with this because my first 2 years we did this often. So I would say that the motion should simply be an open-ended motion and not try to say we'll go to 11 because then we'll just be doing this all night long. So do I have a motion to waiver the rules? I have a motion by Commissioner Coleman, a second by Commissioner Norfleet to sunset the rule that we end at 10:30. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Mr. New, continue that comment.
I was just going to offer to the commission that we currently have a couple of developments that have zoning, PD zoning, and are in some phase of construction that will look similar to this. There's a proposed development that already has zoning rights in Country Way, the original Country Way, that is under design right now by a designer. And Country Way Town Center, I believe, has 2 or 3 more phases that will come the same exact. I think the next phase of Country Way Town Center is going to show up at our next meeting. So very similar types of considerations for this board at this time. So just for you to be aware.
And that was kind of my comment that, these are going to keep coming because these are long processes that get approved many years ahead of time. So I agree wholeheartedly that we need to be pressuring all entities to understand what I live that world every day. My classroom is, busting at the seams because by the time they get to high school, they're a whole lot bigger than they were at elementary school. Who would have thunk it, right? Yeah, right. I got that whole crowd is crammed into a room half this size, right? And I got to teach them Shakespeare. They love it, right? So, it's important that we not just consider tonight. It's important we consider what our direction to staff is moving forward. Okay, are we ready to entertain a motion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Farnsworth, a second from Commissioner Norfleet. All right, we have a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any more questions on the motion from the dais? Public comment.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, because I don't think any of you were sitting at this dais whenever this was approved 7 years ago. Is that right? 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Just to give you a little perspective, I represent, this is Debbie Boyd, and I represent the sellers who are the Wynn brothers and the Boyds. The Boyds have 6% of this particular project, which is 30 acres, 32 with the Boyds. So I guess it's been about 8 years ago, we entered into a discussion with the city. The city planner and the city manager encouraged us to be proactive and to create a planned development. At that time, we were, I believe, commercial intensive, and the 2 acres that the Boyds have was industrial. So this planned development is a downzoning, and we are allowed 500 dwelling units for the whole development. We're asking for 113 in the 32 acres, which is worth a fifth. This has been, a 6-year journey to get from whenever we were approved, and the city actually partnered with us on that application. They waived our fees because they were so interested in us doing this. So anyhow, it's been 6 years. We've been in under contract with M3 and Mr. McDaniel for the last, I would say, year and a half. And we have been very, very impressed with his attention to detail, his diligence, his integrity, and we're very excited about this project. We are partners with him. So tonight I'm asking you to please consider approval of this very good project. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, very well done on the time. Right there at the last second. I like it. Other public comment? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by roll call. Commissioner Coleman?
Aye.
Commissioner Herson? Aye. Commissioner Farnsworth? Aye. Commissioner Martin? No. Commissioner Norfleet? Aye. Motion passes 4-1. And out of respect for the folks who have waited here so patiently, although about half of them are gone now, we're going to move item 14 to next. So at the last meeting, I believe it was the last meeting, Commissioner Coleman requested that the city engage in a conversation about becoming a Second Amendment sanctuary city. We have done our best to hit that goal, although we didn't quite manage to do it until 10:34 at night. But Commissioner Coleman was warned that there was a lot on this agenda. So with that, I will allow Commissioner Coleman to lead this conversation, since this was his request. And will you let the dais and the public know what it is you're asking?
With the current temperature of the federal government and everything that's going on, large election coming up, and things that have been said, and I started noticing that a lot of the surrounding counties were starting to come on board with this Second Amendment sanctuary city. I know that this don't have any teeth, any claws here, but it is making a statement that we as citizens of the city of Newberry we have the right to keep and bear arms. And I don't know which one on the dais said, we're the first responders. Everybody at our, whoever's at our house, me as the man in my house, I want to know that I'm always going to be able to protect my family. So the way I look at this is the way that the current county, I don't know, trying to be able to say this the right way without, I don't see Alachua County coming on board as a sanctuary city for the Second Amendment. How's that? But I do want to make one thing clear. I know that in the state of Florida, the red flag law is impossible. The way, I don't think that's ever going to be a threat in the state of Florida the way it is. So, long story short here is that several cities that do surround us, Bronson, Trenton, a lot of the other cities are going on the same route, even though their county, Levy County, Suwannee County, Putnam, Clay, Gilchrist, they're all coming in where a lot of the counties are taking it where their cities don't have to. I don't think that's going to happen here, and I'm hoping that the dais feels the same way. We have and would like, to discuss putting together a resolution for the city of Newberry, and to start off with, maybe not even call it a sanctuary city, look at calling it a Second Amendment stronghold city. I like that verbiage anyway. It sounds kind of tough. But, and back to you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Coleman. In my conversations with the commissioner, there's no desire here to open up negotiations with ASO. There's no desire here to try to pass an ordinance that becomes overly complicated for a city that does not have a law enforcement agency to direct. What he is looking for is simply a reaffirmation that the citizens of Newberry support the Constitution, and in this instance, support the Second Amendment in particular. And I know that all 5 commissioners up here are constitutionalists, and it should go without saying that we reaffirm our support for the Constitution, since we all put our hand on the Bible and swear to uphold the Constitution. So I think that if that is a fair summary, does the dais have any thoughts on Commissioner Coleman's request? If the dais is in support and the public is in support, what I would suggest is at least a head nod tonight, and then we will have staff bring back a resolution for the first meeting in January that will have the actual verbiage and language for your perusal before the actual vote. Dais. Commissioner Norfleet.
I kind of like the stronghold city verbiage myself, but the only thing that scares me is if we do something like this, the mayor's not going to be carrying a gun open carry, is he?
I hope not.
How do you know I don't have one right now?
Can't see it.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's in the resolution, that the mayor gets to open carry anywhere. I'm glad you made that comment. Thank you. I like the support. Okay. Other comment, Commissioner Martin.
I absolutely support Commissioner Coleman's effort in this. There's been over 240 cities, counties, towns who have already passed similar languaging. In my conversation with Representative Clemens, it is held at the state level to effort the actual executions of those sorts of laws and regulations. So we are doing something symbolic here, but it is, I think, loudly symbolic, especially being the first in the county to do so. And there's some downstream conversational things that will certainly happen, but I think it's important to set the tone, to reiterate a God-given right that we have to protect our own personal property and our families. So you have my full support.
Other comment to the dais, Commissioner Herson.
In my opinion, the language that we put in the resolution is going to be important. While I absolutely believe in the Constitution, the Second Amendment, I do not believe in the concept of sanctuary cities. I don't believe that we can pick and choose which laws that we want to obey. And so that's why the wording of the resolution is paramount to me. As I often say, words have meaning and they matter, and so choosing those words correctly would be important.
Okay, so before I ask for a head nod here, unless there's other comment, we'll open it up to the public who has very patiently waited to weigh in. The 2 remaining. And then there were 2.
All right. My name's Dave Rotzmel. I'm a citizen of Newberry, and I fully agree. And I saw you on the television or doing your show this morning. I appreciate that, and you did a good job. And I fully support it, and I think it goes a long way to put us on the map and say, hey, we're standing for our rights, and we should do it. So thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you for being patient. All right, make sure you get the hat on straight now. I saw you in the last year, it was crooked. I was very disappointed in you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mayor. Good morning. I mean, are we there? We're not there yet. It seems like it. Mercy sakes. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank Commissioner Coleman for bringing this before y'all for discussion and whatnot. I look forward to hopefully being back with y'all in January to
get a gander at what the official wording is going to be and whatnot. I did, to Commissioner Hersham's point there, Marbury versus Madison, the 1803 case, United States Supreme Court affirmed that all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. So I think that might help, with the whole going against the state in a sanctuary city type mindset. If it goes against their own Constitution, then we not only have a right but a duty, I believe, to stand up to them. A resolution of such sort, again, doesn't carry any teeth, but it sends a signal. If I can sit through Gainesville City Commission while they proclaim us in a climatic emergency and say that it goes directly to Washington, D.C., then I don't see why this type of resolution can't either. I spent 2 weeks in February and March of last year, 2018, in Tallahassee when they passed Senate Bill 7026. That's the red flag laws, raised the age for any and all firearms to 21, gave counties and municipalities the authorization to close quote-unquote gun show loopholes, extend the waiting period, and yes, Alachua County did take full opportunity to do that last June or July, I think, of last year, and I fought them there too. I would love to actually be able to stand in Alachua County and fight on the or with the side, I guess, of the body in front of me, and I'm happy to be here and support y'all with this, and I want to thank Commissioner Coleman again for bringing this topic up. It's one that's important, I think, and I don't think it's one that's going away. You know, everybody likes to pay attention to what goes on the debate stage because it's what gathers the national media attention. But nobody really shines a light too hard on what goes on at our own state capitol or our own county administration building. And there's some big and bad bills that are brewing every year to make 7026 look like a walk in the park for us constitutionalists. So I support y'all in this, and I look forward to seeing what staff can come up. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Any other public comment on this? Okay, it's not a formal vote, but we have a head nod for staff to bring back the resolution. I got thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. That's a lot of thumbs. All right, so staff will bring back that resolution at the first meeting in January. Now, we have made an absolute mess of this agenda. Congratulations, Sierra. Your first night standing in for our clerk, and you get to figure out where we're at. We're actually going to go back to public hearings and ordinances and to item 8, which is legislative public hearing of first read of ordinance 2019-29. Mr. Attorney, are you ready to read that ordinance into the record for us?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 2019-29, an ordinance pertaining to election qualifying fees, amending Chapter 26 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Newberry by creating an additional provision to be known as Section 26-16, qualifying fee, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. And this is the first reading of this ordinance. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please do.
This is under Florida statutes, those who are seeking election have to pay up to 4% of their annual salary under Florida statute. 3% of that is considered the qualifying fee, and 1% of that is the election assessment fee. The election assessment fee goes ultimately to the Florida Elections Commission. The 3% goes into the city's general fund. So the Florida statutes also provide, however, that a municipality can go ahead and pass a resolution or an ordinance, in this case, governing their own election laws so long as they don't conflict with any other express requirement under Florida statutes or the Constitution or elsewhere. In this case, the statutes are very express about the 1% election fee, but the consensus and the opinion that we've received from the state of Florida on this is that the 3% is not express. The 3% is expressed when it comes to judicial elections and school boards, but not necessarily for municipal commission positions. So the ordinance here would be to essentially do away with the 3%.
Now, if you'll remember, about 2 or 3 weeks before the qualifying period opened up last time, our clerk stumbled upon this statute that we were supposed to be collecting 4%, which means that you and myself paid $400 to qualify, and there simply was not enough time before qualifying opened up to have this conversation. So, and then of course it didn't rise to the level of importance until now when we're about to head into that cycle again. So, you know, the question is, do you guys want to be nice to these guys, not him anyway, and waive that 3%, which would take the qualified fee back down to about $111. Now, I would remind you that the city of Newberry certainly follows the law. If someone says that they cannot pay that, all they have to do is sign the waiver. So, you know, the qualifying fee is really about commitment to the city. So it's up to this body what you want that qualifying amount to be. And we do have the ability to create, or we do have the ability to go out and get petitions as well, just like, and ours is much less. I can't remember the number though. But if someone says that they are, they simply cannot afford that, they simply sign a waiver and they don't have to pay anything.
And that's by Florida statute.
That's by Florida statute.
And, Mr. Mayor, the proposed ordinance in front of us says that the actual filing fee will be set by resolution. So this board, if they adopt this ordinance, is not necessarily waiving the 3%, but they are is moving it into an arena where they have full control on any given Monday night to amend the fee and not be strapped by this state statute and an ordinance requiring, with an ordinance required for amendment.
Which means that those 3 seats will waive it this time and then reinstitute it next time. Yeah. All right, so thoughts to should the qualifying fee, the 3% goes straight into the general fund coffer. So it's a $300 donation into the city of Newberry, which I'm sure, as most of you notice, that's what happens to most of our paychecks anyway, in various formats. So thoughts, waive the 3%, take it qualifying fee back down to 111, the 1%, leave it at the 4% as state statute. Commissioner Herson?
I would suggest putting it at the 1%. We set the bar low. That way we're not setting the bar too high for anybody that desires to seek public office.
Okay. I have 1. I agree with that. I have 2. Yeah. I just want a refund, right? All right, I have, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Sure. I would move to set the qualifying fee at 1% of the commissioner's annual salary.
Okay, and that would technically be to waive.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The 3%.
So it would be
is that
waive
right?
the 3% and keep it at 1% of the commission's annual salary.
Okay, that's an appropriate motion, and how we would handle that, we'd bring this back for second reading, and we would bring the ordinance along with the resolution setting it at 1%.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second from Commissioner Norfleet. Any conversation with the dais on the motion on the floor?
I'm gonna vote against this because I don't want to. Okay, I'm tired. I'm getting loopy.
Yeah. Any public comment on what the qualifying fee to run for the city of Newberry is? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Mr. Attorney, move us to item 9, I'm going to still call it, which is legislative hearing and public reading of ordinance 2019-30. Would you please read the ordinance into the record for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 2019-30, an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified electors of the City of Newberry at the next general election, which is scheduled for Tuesday, April 14, what you have in front of you says 2019. On second reading, that should say 2020. Providing a charter referendum question determining whether to adopt a proposed 2019 charter for the City of Newberry, which would replace the existing charter, providing for the full text of the proposed 2019 charter for the City of Newberry, providing for a vote on the length of terms, which will be submitted to the electors by separate ballot question, providing for requisite ballot language, and providing an effective date. Again, this is first reading.
It just starts off with the staff report says resolution. It should be.
Okay, the staff report starts off with resolution, and it's actually, actually, I think that is a resolution in terms of, right, as far as the staff report, you'll see resolution 2018-20 is what established our charter review committee. And as you recall, we had discussion on this. Ms. Parker was here and walked us through what were some remaining issues that needed to be cleaned up. We got direction from the commission, and what you have in front of you addresses all of those issues. I'd be happy to run anyone through them if you want me to do that, or if you've read it and understand it, I can answer any questions about it.
We've had an awful lot of conversation on this referendum, and I would remind the dais and the public this is the first reading, so we have another bite at the apple here. Everybody's had a chance to read through the changes. Are we comfortable moving it forward to the second reading? And Rich, are you saying we need to change it to 2020-30 now, or is it 2019-30 now, and it will become 2020?
No, it is still ordinance number 2019-30. The correction is in the title where it says the election is April 14th, 2019. That's what needs to be changed to 2020.
Okay. Do I have a motion from Commissioner Martin? Do I have a second from Commissioner Coleman? Any questions on the dais on the referendum? This will put our charter referendum on April's election date with all of the changes that we have spent the last 12 months discussing and hashing back and forth. Any questions from the public? We have a charter committee person here. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Motion passes unanimously. And that is going to move us to old item 12, which is that correct? Commissioner Group 2 vacancy. As I stated, most of you know, most of you in the public know that Commissioner Hersom has accepted a position. We're very excited for him and his future and for his family. We will feel his loss in this community and on this dais, but he will not be able to fulfill his length of term. He will miss the last remaining 6 meetings. I appreciate Commissioner Hersom's, all the conversations we have had. I appreciate all the conversations I've had with commissioners, and I want to say how much I appreciate our community. I had an awful lot of people step forward, volunteer, offer guidance, advice. We've spent hours in this conversation. As also said before, my 2 guiding principles here is that one, the person who fills Commissioner Hersom's seat should do so in the manner that Commissioner Hersom would fill it, in terms of his ideology and politics and vision and viewpoints. And 2, that it is this mayor's opinion that this office, this power of the mayor should not be used to advance his or her own political agenda. So I have endeavored to find somebody who would fit those 2 categories of doing what Matt would do, voting how Matt would vote, and also promising to vacate the seat and allow the public the right and the ability to have an open seat that they may elect someone. And so tonight it is with great humility and gratitude that I present to the commission my nomination for Commissioner Hersom's seat, which is Mr. Rocky McKinley. And I'd like to ask him to come up to the podium to answer any questions that the commission might have of him, and then the commission can enter into deliberations about that nomination.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a resolution and you need to read it.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you. Resolution
I
number...
just keep trying to end the night. and
I
you just keep-
understand. Resolution number 2019-44, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, appointing a qualified person to the vacant commission seat, Roman numeral 2, for the unexpired term thereof, providing for severability, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Always got my back. Okay, Mr. McKinley, thank you for patiently waiting through the night. And thank you for, you got a really good taste of what you volunteered for right tonight. And you didn't run out the back door. So I appreciate you even more. I waited just to say, never mind. Mr. McKinley.
First of all, I want to say, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the nomination here, and I'm humbled by that. Should you decide that you would want me to serve with you, I do want to say that it is a bittersweet moment for me. I love Newberry, and that's the reason why I am making myself available for this, is because I want to see Newberry succeed. It is for a limited season. I have no desire, as the mayor mentioned, whatsoever to make this a full-time endeavor for me at all. The bitter part of this is that the Herson family means a lot to me, and I would gladly trade this opportunity for Matt Herson to stick around. But I'm proud of him. I'm happy for what he is about to endeavor, and we're going to miss his family like crazy.
Thank you, sir. As are we all. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. McKinley? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2019-44. I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, a second from Commissioner Coleman. Any questions or comments on the motion on the floor?
Does he have to pay the $110 qualifying?
400 and...
No.
He does have to sit through a 4-hour ethics training, a 2-hour training on handwriting analysis, and 5 hours tonight. So, yeah.
That's invigorating.
Yeah, staff does a great job. What was I thinking? Any other comment, questions? If not, does the public have any? Commissioner Herson.
I just want to thank Mr. McKinley for stepping forward, volunteering, and everyone else that did contact the mayor. The city should appreciate so many eager volunteers to help guide the city. So I appreciate that from the community and the service that Rocky is providing the city.
Does the public have any comment on the motion on the floor? My last comment is that I hope that Mr. McKinley is still my friend at the end of those 6 meetings, and he hasn't changed his mind. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McKinley. Mr. New.
Mr. Mayor, administratively, the way that we plan to move that forward is the January 13th meeting will be Commissioner Herson's last meeting. So when we close our regular City Commission meeting on the 13th, we will immediately reconvene a special City Commission meeting to swear Mr. McKinley in.
Which means that Mr. McKinley will become Commissioner McKinley 2 weeks prior to his first meeting day. So we'll hit the ground running. We'll have his email set up, his contact set up, it's public knowledge. So, and he has already agreed to, as he already does, continue to pay attention to everything that's going on. So there won't be a much of a learning curve there.
Can I forward?
Commissioner, all your complaints to him. Yeah, absolutely.
He's fresh.
That's what I'm going to do. He's eager. There we go. Okay, so we have done 10, 11, 12, and 13, and 14. I would suggest we table item 15, since I think that's going to be kind of a long conversation that we may want to be fresh on, and it's not time sensitive. Do I have a motion to table item 15 till January? I have a motion from Commissioner Coleman, second from Commissioner Norfleet. Any questions, comments on the motion on the floor from the dais? Questions, comments on the motion on the floor from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passed unanimously. That takes us to item 16, which is the city manager contract, which is coming up Rich is here to speak certainly to any of the pieces, parts of the contract. Mike's contract is basically, what's in your backup material is basically the exact same contract that Mike has had before. It's a 3-year deal. There are 2 changes in the deal. Rich, correct me if I'm getting anything wrong at this time of the night. One, what's in this contract is that after the 3 years, there'd be just an automatic 1-year renewal. What happens, an automatic 1-year annual renewal, if anybody disagrees, it's 3 years initially. After that 3 years,
Automatic 3 years.
3-year, somebody raises their hand, says, wait, before that renews, I want to have a conversation, that stops the automatic renewal. The other item in the contract is, the manager has declined every raise this body has offered him for the past 3 years, 4 years, somewhere in that range. I think that we have an opportunity at this contract renewal to do some small gesture to show our appreciation of the leadership that declining that raise has shown at this point in time. What I would suggest is a 1% increase into his retirement tax deferred fund. It's going to cost the city about $120 a month. He would be able to then use that money to go towards retirement, life insurance, those kinds of things. That's much less than what he would be getting if he accepted the raise. And I think it's a nice gesture that speaks towards retirement, family planning, security, those kinds of things. And I will say that was, when we talked about the contract, I was the one who initiated, Mike, you never take your raise. We got to do something for you to show how much we appreciate Loft, Canterbury, gas tax, everything that we've accomplished with getting an ambulance in the city of Newberry. So it's not a request from the manager, it's a request from the mayor to put something into the contract that shows our appreciation. So did I get, is there one more thing that I missed?
I think that's accurate, except I'm not sure if that's written into the draft yet. I'm not.
I think we have to put it into the draft.
Yeah.
Right. Thoughts? Well, the life insurance would actually end up costing money, and Dallas maybe can speak to that because he explained it to me, but I've forgotten at this time how this is about the same sort of compensation deal, but it was something to do with the taxes.
He gets to enjoy retirement, he doesn't get to enjoy
The life insurance, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. I'm glad I got to wait for this question.
We are too.
For life insurance, federal tax law states that anything above $50,000, which is what the city currently offers the manager, becomes a taxable benefit for the premium that the city would pay. So if the commission were to give the manager additional life insurance, we would have to tax him on that benefit. So unless you adjusted his compensation accordingly, you would effectively be giving him a pay decrease for life insurance.
The original idea was life insurance, increased life insurance, family stability. That ended up costing the city manager money. This was a alternative that would be in approximately the same range. Commissioner Farnsworth.
It's federal income tax law. Life insurance is deemed as a part of your wages if it's over $50,000. If your employer provides it, then you're being taxed on it. The difference in the premium you're being taxed on.
I didn't say that.
Or you should be.
I'll also certainly entertain other concepts, Thoughts? Commissioner?
hopefully I would see that 1% as an appropriate increase. Mike's been great in terms of deferring income in support of this other city employees, but I think it's about time that we actually make him take something.
To get temporary, I saw the Buick still over there in the yard. I mean, at any point in time. All right, it's back to the Buick. Other thoughts? Fine with that. Fine with that. Somebody want to put it into a motion and then we'll add that. Authorize the mayor to execute agreement with Gary M. New to serve as city manager for a 3-year period beginning January 2020, ending in December 31, with a 1% increase into the tax deferred retirement fund. I have a motion from Commissioner Farnsworth, a second from Commissioner Martin. Any motion on the dais? Any questions on the motion on the from the dais on the motion on the floor? Any questions about the motion from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now I've lost my agenda. Are we at comments? It is amazing. City manager, you have 30 seconds. Are we taking back that 1%?
Mr. Mayor, before I start on my comments, thank you. I appreciate the confidence the commission has to extend my contract for another 3-year period. My wife is more grateful than I am. And I tell you, I love my work here in Newberry. I really, it's as fulfilling as any job could be. So thank you. I'm honored to serve in this position, and I look forward to many, many more years, but at least the 3 years that are on my contract. Mr. Mayor, last Friday we had a very, just a heartfelt, great inaugural Christmas tree lighting event. We had a really big turnout. We had cookies, cocoa. We had Christmas caroling. It was a great time. Our team put together a fantastic event, and they should be recognized when you see the group that put that together. It was a really well done event for our first time. Normally we fumble around a few times before we get it right, but they really just hit their stride, and we were great coming out of the door on that. So thanks to the community for turning out, the commission for supporting us. Very nice event. If you guys will notice, we're doing a lot of really good work at the municipal building, and our staff has really jumped in and got the spirit of what we're trying to do. That building, there's not going to be one shred of rotten wood left in that building when they get through. They have gone through and are doing a terrific job. I think we're going to wrap it up this week, at least in terms of the re-roofing, and then we're going to do some exterior paint work. But your team, and it has been very broad. We got Jamie, who's over everything. We got facilities involved. We got special projects involved. Our building official is up on the roof with a nailing apron on every day, and he's a very good roofer, as it turns out. And a broad group, great job. I'll be in Tallahassee on Wednesday advocating for the city of Newberry, advocating for the grant funding for the rest of our wastewater project. We got it partially funded last year. We're going to get the $1 million balance this year. So I'm headed to meet before some committee. I'm not even sure which committee, Wednesday morning. We are closed for business on Wednesday, Christmas Day, and Thursday after Christmas. And we'll be open Christmas Eve and close at regular closing time. The following week, we are closed on Wednesday, January the 1st. That's the only day of that week. Only day of that week. And my last comment, this is our last public meeting for this year. My last chance to publicly tell you how much I've enjoyed this year. We've accomplished a lot, and I'm looking forward to a better 2020, if it can be. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Attorney?
I don't have any comments to add other than Merry Christmas to everyone.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Commissioner Coleman? You're shy. You should have just grabbed hold of it. Let me tell y'all something.
Come on, sir.
Yeah. Here you, Commissioner Coleman.
I have one comment. I know now who's stealing all my candy in a drawer. This says, "Hey, you, I ate your old candy, Nana." So that's why I don't have the orange slices.
So I know
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Hersom?
Just reiterate Manager New's comment about the Christmas tree lighting. It was awesome. My family certainly enjoyed it, and I am proud of the city that can have a Christmas tree, a nativity scene, and an American flag on the front lawn of City Hall.
Here, here. Commissioner Farnsworth?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Commissioner Martin?
Merry Christmas to everybody. I certainly appreciate all the efforts that have gone on over the last couple of weeks. Due to my scheduling conflicts, I've missed a few kind of important things, and I wanted to express my sympathies to Sierra's family and their tragedy over last week. So I know I've been where you are, and it's not fun, but you'll get through it.
Commissioner Orfleet?
I too enjoyed the Christmas lighting, and all these microphones got us all messed up. I think the town looks good with all the Christmas lights, and good job.
Well, I can't let this pass just to also say just what an incredible job staff did. I mean, that City Hall lawn was packed full of people, over 200, I'm sure. People walked up and down to the Christmas tree park. The kids were running around playing inside of it. It just, I had people, I don't know how many said, this is like a Hallmark movie, and I, before this Christmas season, I wouldn't have known what that meant. But my wife has discovered Hallmark Channel, so now I know what that means. But I agree. I want to thank Main Streets and what they did with the Kwoski Centennial Art Contest. The artwork that they chose for that really is nice. I can't wait to see it on all kinds of things next year. I also want to make sure everybody knows you're invited. We'd love to have equally wonderful turnout for our Christmas parade on December 21st. It starts about 5:30. Usually it starts at Walker's Produce. I think this year it's going to be a little shorter. It's going to go right past City Hall, maybe the First Baptist, somewhere in that area. So cluster up around the railroad tracks right there downtown. And then as soon as the parade is over, head out to the town center. If you missed Christmas on the Square last year, you do not want to miss it again this year. It is really, really beautiful. They've got little snow flurries that go. It's all decorated. They've got all kinds of hot cocoa and vendors. So it's just a wonderful night. They got that wonderful fireplace out there that a ton of people can be around. So please come join the festivities. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, Dias. Hope everybody has a safe holiday, and we'll see you next year, 2020. Oh, public comment. Merry Christmas. We are adjourned. If anybody can